revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised.
What is in your life's blueprint?
What up, what up, what up? Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel. As soon as you pull up, it's your boy Denot. Today we're going to be covering the Julio Foolio trial, day 3 of the sentencing phase. Well, the unalivement sentencing phase, right? So if you guys don't know, what's fascinating about this case is this is the first case in the state of Florida that's been nationally televised dealing with the new standards of the unalivement penalty. Now, Florida has the lowest, pretty much it has the lowest standard and the lowest threshold for the unalivement penalty is 8 to 4. That's the lowest in the country. Now, you guys can blame that on Donald Trump, but this ruling actually took place and it was passed down for the Supreme Court during the Biden administration. Yes, the same man who locked up all black people in the mid 1994. Yeah, was it 1994? But that was definitely 1990s. You guys know what I'm talking about. But anyways, before we get into today's hearing, because it has not started yet, I wanted to go over Sean Garrett's mother testimony and just say how this young man actually showed remorse in court. Yes, a lot of us believe like he's not remorseful for Julio Foolio. He's doing and saying anything to preserve his life. Who wouldn't? Okay. But from the looks of it, because after his sister testimony, his mother, his grandmother, it shows he comes from a diverse family. He had a lot of support and still has a lot of support. So, of course, he's going to get life in prison without the possibility of parole. But as far as the death penalty, I think because he's bringing so many character witnesses moving forward. And then he also testified that he really wasn't like that, and he got deep into the rap music because that's what all of this was about. This gang culture was tied to rap music. And when I heard that, I was floored because, again, 2026, rap music is being demonized. Okay? It's mind over matter. That's what we need to have. And here in 2026, there's a lot of propagation happening. Like propaganda is a mother... There's going to be a forced draft of young men between the ages of 18 and 24 because we are definitely in World War III. Again, you know, Trump and Israel's doing their thing in Iran, but it's so many mountains over there to the point to where they're going to have to eventually deploy ground troops. They're going to have to deploy ground troops. In other news, the Hunter virus is quickly spreading, and you guys know viruses and pandemics, ways to shut down the government, shut down airports, shut down travel is just another way of control. And with everything that's happening in the Middle East right now, I firmly believe that the Hunter virus actually might just be the legitimate excuse for Donald Trump to continue to get control over the country. It's so polarizing, right versus left. I feel like it's going to be a civil war soon if something does not happen. And I think the Hunter virus is actually that thing that's preventing a civil war. How does that relate to the defendants here? I personally believe that when America start deploying troops and put those on the front line, I think that they're going to go after the inmates. Prisoners are not just going to be able to sit there and look pretty, making everyday products for Americans when there's a war to be fought. I think they're going to go first, regardless of their age. And this is another backdoor way of slavery, as well as violating the 13th Amendment. And as of recent, the state of Alabama wants to do away with the 14th Amendment. So black people, we in danger. Oh, Lord. We in danger. But, you know, it's always good to have a support system around you. Sean Garrett, I do think race and background is definitely something that has played a significant role in his statements to convince, you know, the jury not to electrocute him. But as far as the rest, they don't have as strong of a support system. And those people on the trial effect are probably looking like, well, what is this person's life worth if Sean Garrett has his mother, has his grandmother, has his sister, and even come up and take accountability for himself? I feel like he deserves to live because of that. And the other ones, especially, which one is that? Isaiah, the one that just keep laughing in court, that was on the interrogation video saying, puh, 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 like he was blasting a military unit. So yeah, a lot of them boys going to be on the front line when America invades Iran. And let me tell you, they got mountains over there.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name and spell your name for our court reporter?
Damali Lyle, D-A-M-A-L-I-E-L-Y-L-E.
And just make sure you speak up. Sometimes it's hard to hear. Just get close to the microphone if you can.
Okay.
Miss Lyle, how are you related to Sean Gathright?
Sean is my son.
So we've heard a lot about Sean as a child. What do you want the jury to know about your son?
I'd like the jury to know that my son is a hardworking person, a hardworking young man. He's intelligent. He's driven. He has a wonderful work ethic. I want the jury to know that this is not, I believe what has been presented is not my son.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Listen, I tell you what, I need the jury to step up on two. Okay?
All right.
It's great that that objection was sustained.
All jurors are out there.
Okay. Okay, so, Ms. Lyle, I just want to first acknowledge that I recognize this is very stressful for you and scary. I do. But the jury has determined your son's guilt. That issue's been settled. We're not going to revisit that in front of the jury.
Right.
So, I just want to encourage you, with regards to your penalty phase testimony, the best thing you can do for your son is just express all of the wonderful characteristics about him, okay? And how deeply you love him and how deeply he's loved by his family. This is not the time to be readdressing any of the facts of this case. So, all right, I just want to make sure that's clear. Because I want to allow Ms. Finkelstein the chance to ask you the questions she wants to ask you and for you to relay this important information to the jury. But if we start going sideways into issues that are not pertinent to this phase of the trial, then the state's going to have to object, I'm going to have to rule, and then it just really, it lessens the impact, really.
I just have one question. If I say, well, what I was going to say is, this is not the son that I know, is that
that's
part
fine.
of the...
That's fine. I think
That's no, but saying that the jury found something that's not consistent with her son is like prying to facts and trying to honestly tell the jury that they don't know what they're doing and they're wrong, opposed to convincing them that they were right and they should spare her son's life.
and I think because you did testify previously in the co-defendant's case, I think just based upon that, I suspect the state's a little concerned that we're going to start heading down. And so just as long as we all understand what we're doing here, then it should be fine, okay? Okay.
All right. And I can kind of guide you through it. I think it's because you said presented, and then that seems like evidence. And
Yeah.
we don't want to talk about the evidence and things like that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Let's bring the jury back in.
Thank you. I ordered a waffle with some honey butter. A big ass waffle. I'm waiting on it right now.
Okay, I tell you what, let's go ahead. We'll just take our own quick 5-minute comfort break, okay? So, Ms. Law, we're just going to take a restroom break since there's a number of jurors, 5 to 10. So, yes.
Okay, well,
Yes, it's up to you. You can stay or you can step down. It's fine. The most important thing is you just can't talk to anybody about the case.
Okay.
Okay, very good. All right, make it more like...
You comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, get in there and get to the microphone. So you were telling the jury, what about Sean's character? Do you want the jury to know? How is he as a son?
as a son, he's a sweetheart. He's helpful, he's considerate. He's always thinking about what he can do to make somebody smile or just to help out in any way. He's been so caring and thoughtful for me, even though that's my job is mostly to take care of Sean. But, you know, he's run into the person who's like, Mom, really? And he like kind of reels me back. He's mature in that way. He's very mature.
And we've heard a lot about, you were in the military, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what branch?
I was in the Marine Corps.
You moved around a lot when Sean was younger?
We did, yes.
And how do you think that he adjusted to that?
I think it made him, he never became someone who would chase popularity or have a large group of friends. The friends that he does have, it's a small circle, and they're very close to each other. On a Friday or Saturday night, you wouldn't find him out at a club or hanging out or anything like that. You'd most likely find him and his 2 or 3 best friends, you know, sitting at my house talking about who knows what all night long. And I'd get, you know, wrapped up in there, and they'd have debates, and it was something that was so nice to see in young men of this day and age, where it wasn't just about music or it wasn't just about superficial things. Like, they really had real, deep, meaningful conversations.
And is Nehemiah Tudor, is he one of those friends?
Yes.
We talked to him yesterday. He was kind of sharing some of the things that they would do, and that was when you were in Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
When did you give us kind of a time frame? We've heard about obviously traveling in the military. We've heard about living in Mississippi. When did you guys move to Jacksonville?
We moved to Jacksonville in 2016 after I retired from the Marine Corps.
2016.
Yes.
Okay. And did you stay there consistently till now, or?
Yes.
At any point did Sean move from Jacksonville?
Yes, he moved from Jacksonville. I want to say it was 2020 or 2021. He moved out to California with his dad.
Okay.
Man, why didn't he stay? That's crazy.
Wow.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all.
How long was he there?
He was there for approximately, I would say, a year and a half, 2 years.
What was his relationship like with his biological father?
It wasn't a good relationship. My experience with their father, which is the main reason why we were divorced, he had a very volatile temper, and I think as Sean grew older, I don't think he's the kind of person who would see like another confident male, even if it is his son. Maybe he was threatened by the person that Sean was becoming, but in my opinion,
He's threatened by the person that Sean is becoming. Come on, you cannot make up excuses for why your son lacks discipline. And then on top of that, you're from the military, so you should know all about discipline, and you should not baby your child. I mean, I guess this is a boy. Moms always coddle their boys, and it ends up making them a failure. I mean, they coddle them so much to the point to where they'll put their houses up for bail bondsmen.
I was pretty insecure, so.
Did it seem to be more volatile as Sean got older, like not when he was a little kid?
As Sean got older, yes.
You failed him.
What about Sean's behavior? Did you have behavior issues with him? Did he have to be punished a lot?
No, Sean was such a good kid. No, he was mature. He was, so like he could be serious and really understand what he was supposed to do. Didn't mean he always did it. He did the usual kid things. You had to tell him 2 or 3 times, hey, go clean up your room, do the dishes, stuff like that. But he never made a big fuss about it. We didn't really have any arguments. And we had one argument, and I think it was more just about frustration, about trying to figure out, oh, no, here we go. So when he started college the first semester.
Where did he go to college?
He went to FSCJ. So the first semester, I paid for the first semester and everything. And he, but his grades were not that good. Like, he was doing, I think it was like C's and stuff like that. And I said, hey, if you don't, I was like, I'm not paying for another semester. You're going to have to pay for it. So he started working, and he completely turned his grades around. And I was like, when you have investment in, your own thing, and mama's not paying for it, and you got to use your own money for it, I think it really gave him like a kick in the butt to realize that, hey, you got to take this seriously when you're the one who's invested.
Where was he working to pay for school?
He worked a number of places. He worked at the Omni Hotel, one of the restaurants there up in Amelia Island. But he also did his pressure washing and photography. He did social media for a few of the clubs here in Jacksonville. He did player highlight reels for basketball players, and like team. It was like a flag football. It was like a youth football league for a park. Mm-hmm. He did a highlight reel for that, and when the director saw the highlight reel that he did, they asked him to kind of become their overall like media person. So the players would pay him like $25 to take photos of their highlights during the game, or like $50 for like a video, and he would put that together.
That was his own little business?
That was his own little business, yes.
What did he go to school for? Do you remember? What did he start studying?
He got into media when he was at Julia Landon, and I had no idea that would become such a passion of his, but at first he wanted to be a news anchor, and then he decided that he just wanted to get into film and photography. So he wanted to go to the LA Film School, and he wanted to get into doing filmography and things like that.
Would you describe Sean as being driven?
He is, yes.
And what was his relationship like with his siblings or any other family members?
Him and his sister, they're very close. Even though they're 2 years apart, when they were little, people thought they were twins because they looked so much alike. Of course, they had their disagreements, they had their arguments and everything like that, but at the end of the day, they were so completely loyal to each other that it was a beautiful thing to see how they stuck up for each other, even though at home, they tell each other, like, shut up and get out of their rooms and stuff like that. But outside, they are so loyal and so loving with each other.
You described earlier that Sean was helpful. Would you say that he's somebody that likes to help others?
Yes.
Do you think that he could be a good mentor?
Oh, absolutely.
What about your relationship with Sean now? And obviously you were close with him growing up, and he lived with you, when you weren't deployed mostly, but have you maintained a close relationship with him as he's gotten into adulthood?
Oh, yes, I have. And he's become the cool, logical head that, like I said, that's like, Mom, no, I don't think this is a good idea.
He's still supportive of you?
Oh, yeah, he's still supportive of me. just as I was supportive of him as ever. He's my boy.
And will you continue to have that relationship with him moving forward?
Oh, forever, forever.
You're going to have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Questions? Just briefly.
He gonna have plenty of money on his books.
Miss Lyle,
Gonna be in that bit
your son
running.
also went to community college, is that correct?
Yes, FSCJ.
Yes. And besides that brief period of time where he wasn't doing so well, he normally was a good student, is that correct?
Yes.
And he traveled a lot throughout growing up?
Yes, as a part of just being in the military also.
With you, he traveled
Yes.
as well. And you said that he had a close group knit of friends, is that correct?
Yes.
And later, while he was living with you, one of those close friends was Isaiah Chance, isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
And you didn't have any concerns about his close relationship with Mr. Chance, isn't that true?
That's true.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Microphone, because it's hard to hear sometimes.
Lisa Gathright,
Can you spell your name for our court reporter?
LISAGATHRIGHT.
Thank you. And Ms. Gathright, what is your relationship to Sean Gathright?
He's my grandson.
So is his father your son?
Yes, he is.
And can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Sean? Obviously, you're his grandmother, but are you close with Sean? Have you been his whole life?
I've been very close to Sean ever since he was born.
Have you been involved in his life since he was young?
Yes, his parents were both in the military and they were deployed, and there were times when both of the kids stayed with me for extended periods of time. He went to school in the town where I live, and
Where do you live?
I live in Oxford, Mississippi.
And did you live there when he was growing up as well? You've been there?
Yes.
Okay. So he would come and stay with you, live with you and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us a little bit about Sean as a child?
Man, I bet his dad is racist.
What was he like? What was his character like? How did he behave?
He was a fun kid. He has a great sense of humor, a wonderful personality. He's just all around good kid.
Did he get in trouble?
No. He was very well liked by everyone around us. The neighbors all liked him.
How long do you think, or I know probably different time frames with the parents being deployed, but how, give us kind of an idea of how long he would be living with you, or?
Well, there had been times where they were there for a whole school term, and then for the last, like when he was in high school, he was with me for about a year and a half.
Would you spend holidays or birthdays, things like that together when he wasn't living with you?
Yes, we did a lot of traveling together on the holidays, and I was always there with him whenever I could be.
And we heard yesterday about Sean traveling overseas with some programs that he was involved in. What do you know about that?
The first time that he went, I went with him, and we went to Ireland and Scotland, and it was a wonderful, very educational trip.
Did Sean like to travel?
He loves to travel.
And how was he in school?
Very good. He made good grades. He was not any kind of a problem student or anything.
What kind of interest did he have, if you can remember? Was he into sports or music? Or
He was he liked photography. He was very into photography, and he started a couple of his own little businesses. He was detailing cars and pressure washing people's houses, and he bought his equipment with money that he had saved from jobs that he had worked.
with his parents being deployed and having to live with you and go to school and then he would leave, how did he adjust to that? Were there any issues with it?
He adjusted very well. I think he felt like my home. Well, he knew it was his home, and he felt very comfortable and at ease there.
And what about your son as his father, as Sean's father? What was his relationship with him like?
Volatile.
What do you mean by that?
Physically and verbally abusive.
At what ages?
Early teens. Well, probably before that.
What would he do? What do you mean by volatile? What would happen?
Well, one time Sean was out in California with his dad, and his dad called me, and he was in a panic, and he said, Sean has run away. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said he went in the bedroom, and he was gone. He had opened the window, and it was a first-floor apartment, and he got out, and he went to the park with his suitcase. And I called Sean, and I said, what's going on? And he told me that they had had a fight and that my son had physically abused him. And I talked to him, and I tried to calm him down, and I convinced him to go back to the apartment and stay there. And then we made arrangements not long after that for him to leave from California and come back to Mississippi or Florida. I can't remember which one.
And why did you have him go back if his father was physically abusive?
Well, he was. I'm in Mississippi. He's in California. My son was remorseful. He's always remorseful at the time, but the behavior still continued. And I just felt like at the time that was the only thing I could do myself, is to get him to go back.
Didn't have anywhere else to go in California?
Yeah.
And was that the only time that anything happened, or did that seem to be kind of the basis?
No,
of the
we were out in
relationship?
California visiting one time, and my son has another younger son, and we were at the pool, and his little brother kept splashing water on him, and Sean kept telling him to stop splashing, and even his mom told him to stop splashing. Well, he continued, and so Sean splashed water back at him, and my son saw that, and he went into a rage, and just ruined the whole time together.
I guarantee you that other son is a full white boy.
One time we were out there, and he physically abused his daughter.
Crazy.
He slapped her.
Is Sean's sister Nevaeh his
yes,
daughter as well?
yes.
Yeah, he hated them kids. He hated the mom too.
Do you still have a relationship with Sean's father
No.
for those reasons?
Yes.
Do you think that had an impact on
Racist.
Sean, or did he have other male role models in his life?
My late husband was a wonderful role model for Sean, and Sean loved his papa. And there was a lot of men in the church community that took Sean under their wings and tried to mentor to him.
Oh yeah, he been popped already.
One of my neighbors, they all love Sean.
I'm going to, Your Honor, if I can approach the witness with defense 1, A through Q.
Okay.
Show the state. I don't believe they have any objections to the photos. Just going to show you these. It's a composite 1, A through Q, and just tell me without details. Just do you recognize these?
Yes. Yes.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions about those. Your Honor, this time I would ask to move these into evidence and be able to display them for the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
You know, I'm just going to go through some of these photos, and if you can just tell us what you remember about them. I'm showing you. Oh, see?
Then the photos.
Nothing. Thank you.
Excuse me?
It was in London, you said?
Yes.
Okay. What about this one? Do you remember where that one was?
I wasn't on that trip, but that was when he went to South Africa.
With Mr. Edwards
Yes.
again?
Yes.
A little bit different? Hello. Is that Sean there?
Yes, that's Sean.
How old do you think he was in that picture?
Probably maybe 16 or 17.
That was 1E, sorry. Lost track.
Ireland. Teen.
And in Paris, all that, man. Get out of
And then
here.
this is a little bit blurry, but it's in grades at that school, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Man, this guy been everywhere. Had a
Where'd you go?
beautiful
Okay.
life.
Okay.
Anyways, court is in session. I gotta get my food in a little bit. So are they not bringing them out today, or are they just gonna be having the jury to announce it while they're in the back? Yeah, because they're going to go crazy if they say that they're going to fry. Yo.
All right, Ms. Steiger,
Oh,
correct?
who is this?
You're Charmaine Steiger? Yes. Okay, very good. The video is on, so we're going to bring in our jury, and then I'm going to have the clerk swear you in, and then we will begin with your testimony. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jury. Broadcast her identity. Okay. Ask the media not to broadcast her identity. I already have. Pardon me?
All rise.
It's okay. It's fine. Right. Don't show the screen. Right. They know what that means.
They actually showed
okay.
the screen.
It's okay. Going forward, from this moment forward.
Who she's there to... Oh. This guy. Okay, got you. But your witness, your best
All
witness
right.
is in jail.
Welcome
nigga.
back, members of the jury.
That's bad.
So when we broke yesterday, we had one... oh, sorry.
Can't talk, can't speak, can't see each other.
So yesterday when we recessed, we had a witness on the stand, but we, due to scheduling issues, we have to call another witness out of turn, all right? So I believe Rashad Murphy is calling Charmaine Steiger, correct?
Correct.
All right, very good. Ms. Steiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You may proceed, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Honor. Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Charmaine Steiger.
And Ms. Steiger, I believe you're in custody in jail in the Duval County Jail in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And are you in jail for a violation of probation?
Yes.
And are you scheduled to be released in the next few weeks, sometime in June?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Steiger, do you know the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And how long have you known him?
Since we were teenagers.
And how would you describe your relationship? Are you a romantic relationship? Are you his fiance?
Yes.
And you've known each other since you
It's
were
like
teenagers.
India Love staying
Would
with
that
Dirk.
be, over 15 years?
Yes.
And do you have any children together?
Yes, we have 4 children.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we have 4 children.
4 children.
4.
Now, how would you describe Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy,
It's not a good witness.
as a father and in your relationship with him?
He's a good man. He's a good father. He's a super father. Meaning he's there through any and everything with his children. He never leaves his children's side. Anything that they need, anywhere that they have to go, he's there.
It's all cap.
He's a good man. He's a gentleman.
Crackers ain't falling apart.
And just from this situation happening, it's, it's a situation that my children have to go through each and every day. And this pain here is just causing them to not be focused on the things that they need to be focused on.
You got 4 kids to take care of.
Everything has been stripped away
Ma'am,
from me.
go take care of your kids.
So, Ms. Steiger, I just need you just to answer the question that is asked, okay? Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you love Rashad Murphy?
Yes, I do.
Do his children love him, Rashad Murphy?
Of course they do.
And you said he was a super father. Did he participate in their activities and help raise them?
Yes, he did.
Now, I'd like to go back a minute. How is it that, do you recall how you first got together with Rashad Murphy? How did you get to meet him?
I met him at a football game.
And were you together pretty much the entire time after you started your relationship?
Yes.
Back in, starting I believe in 2018, is it,
She
did
shouldn't even got on the
several
people's
members
screen.
of his family pass away?
It's crazy.
Yes, they did.
Now,
Yes, 4 kids,
did his
Riri.
mother and cousin pass away in 2018?
4 kids, mid-20s.
Yes.
And his grandmother in 2019?
Yes.
Was Rashad the pallbearer for all 3 of those people that I just mentioned, family members, mother, cousin, and
They gonna
grandmother?
lock him up just for ruining their lady life.
Can you describe to the jury how you observed how that
Good morning,
affected
Deb.
those experiences? How did that affect Mr. Murphy?
As any other person would have lost a loved one, he took it really bad.
To your knowledge, were they all buried next to each other?
Yes.
And are you aware if there was any type of vandalization of those graves?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
And how did that affect Rashad Murphy?
He was pretty hurt by it.
What do you know about Rashad's childhood? His father. Let's start with his father.
What about his father?
Was his father part of his life?
Nope.
No, not really. No, not really.
Are you aware that, or was Rashad ever placed in foster care?
Yes, I'm aware.
And What about his mother? What type of mother do you have knowledge of was his mother to Rashad?
She was a great mother.
Pardon?
She was a great mother.
Do you know if Rashad
She lied.
is a religious person?
No.
When you and him were together, was he employed?
No church.
Yes.
Did he provide for you and your children together?
Yes.
Damn. And then he got that shit in his head.
Now, after the death of his mother, did you and Rashad become the legal guardian for Rashad's siblings, his brothers and sisters?
Yes, we did.
You've already described him as a super father. What type of, can you describe what type of brother he was to his siblings?
He was an excellent big brother to his siblings.
Who named the children you both share together?
How many apostrophes they got?
What are their names?
Major, Prosper, Adriana, and Gabrielle.
Would
That's not
coaching
bad.
the kids in sports be one
I
of
thought it
his
was gonna be tough.
favorite things to do?
Tonight go shako.
Yes.
Shapata kuka.
Would cooking for you and the children be another thing that he enjoyed doing?
Yes.
That nigga like he dig up his rump. Anybody finna eat from him?
Would it be accurate to say that Rashad loves helping those in need?
Yes.
When Rashad, was there a time that Rashad worked at Walmart?
Yes.
And was there a time when, while working at Walmart, that he saw a man sleeping at the bus stop after you picked him up from work?
Yes.
Do you recall what Rashad did?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Okay. In 2023, a day before Thanksgiving, do you recall if Rashad was working for Amazon?
Yes.
Was someone waiting for him to check out of work?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Do you recall what happened that night?
Yes, our house was shot up after we left work.
Did Rashad quit his job after that?
Yes, he did.
What about Murphy and Sons? Did he work for them?
Yes.
What is Murphy and Sons?
A business with his grandfather.
And did he work for them to also help you and your children financially?
Yes, he did.
Has his grandfather passed away since he was arrested in this case?
Yes.
Did Rashad ever propose to you?
Yes, he did.
And were you and Rashad planning on getting married before his arrest in this case?
Yes.
Now, I asked you, and I want to make sure, do you know if Rashad is a follower of Jesus Christ?
Yes, he is.
Well, he said, the question was originally if he was religious, then it's no, but yes, she's amending. I didn't understand. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is Rashad a follower of Jesus Christ?
Yes, he is.
Did he make sure that you followed the faith as a family?
Yes, he did.
Are you aware that he taught Bible studies since he's been arrested and to other inmates since he's been in jail in this case?
Yes.
But you say he ain't religious.
Mr. Rashad Murphy is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Watch our stupid ass.
Would you continue to have contact with Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I will.
Will you visit him in prison?
Yes, I will.
Will you make sure that his children, your children, would remain or still be able to have contact with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
Is Rashad, would you describe him as goal-oriented?
As what?
Goal-oriented.
Yes.
She don't even know what that means.
If I may have a moment,
It's
Your
a
Honor.
damn shame.
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor. Oh, one second. Before I finish, I just want to have you elaborate, if you can, a little bit more about activities when Mr. Murphy was not in custody and serving as a in-person father to his children. Can you describe what activities he participated in with his children?
Football games, basketball games, soccer games.
I ain't do none of that.
Pageants
he was
for the
lying.
girls, father and daughter dance, all kind of activities.
None of that. And she lying. Knowing damn well they ain't spending
How
money on
did
them church cleats.
Rashad's taking in and his siblings after his mother died, how did that affect you?
Where they
and
at?
your
Why they
lives?
ain't there to testify?
It didn't affect
Shit,
us.
I know that was my
We just
motherfucking
know
brother.
that the kids needed support, and we took care of them like they were our own kids.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any questions?
No questions, Judge.
She
Okay.
can't testify
All
on
right,
behalf
thank
of them
you,
people
Ms.
that ain't even there.
Steiger. Your testimony is now concluded, okay? Oh, wait, sorry, we do have a few more.
I was
questions.
not
One
convinced.
moment.
They finna discredit her.
The counsel for
Talk about her
Davion
rap
Murphy
sheet.
has a couple questions for you.
Watch this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you know Davion Murphy?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's Rashad's cousin.
And what's your, can you describe Davion as a person?
You know he getting electrocuted,
Oh,
so I
I
don't even know
can't
why
because
she
I
up there.
haven't got to know him. He's been in prison
Okay.
for a long
Alright.
time.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, any redirect? Oh, okay.
no
Okay, very
redirects.
good. All right. Thank you, Ms. Steiger. Now your testimony is concluded, so you can go ahead and.
I thought that state attorney was gonna be like, ma'am,
Thank you.
Okay,
aren't
thank
you a
you.
booster? Didn't you
And is that
steal?
it as
Didn't you
far as
use your
that
kids to
was?
steal out of Bell's Outlet?
Yes.
What are you on probation for, ma'am? How many violations do you have? And where are your
So
kids?
let's get.
Should we call CPS
Dr.
on your ass?
Eisenstein back on the witness stand.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. All right, doctor, you remain under oath from yesterday, okay?
Correct.
No.
May it please the court?
Yes, if the doctor is ready to go. It looks like he's still unpacking.
Yeah, I'll wait.
From where I am. I assume that's what's going on.
This one right here. Oh, he definitely gonna fry. I'm sorry. Interrogation. He laughing and playing and throwing up shit in court. He look like he ready to laugh right now, bro. No help for him. Just.
Good morning.
Good morning. You all settled?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Sir, you are a neuropsychologist, correct?
Correct.
That is what you've done for, you said, 4 decades, correct? Or about, approximately?
Correct.
Okay. And you maintain, or you did at some point maintain, clinical practices? Is that correct?
I still do.
You still do? Okay. So in addition to your forensic work that you do, where you consult with attorneys like Ms. Toomey, for Mr. Murphy, you do clinical practice where you see patients?
Correct.
But Mr. Murphy is not a clinical patient, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And consulting in legal cases like this, specifically capital murder cases where you would testify in penalty phase, you would consult to determine if there's mental health mitigation, that's a major part of what you do in your forensic work, correct?
Correct.
Right. So this isn't the first time you've come into a penalty phase like this in front of a jury and testified.
Correct.
Right? After your client's been found guilty, you come in and you're going to testify to what your findings are, correct?
Correct.
All right. You are not a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
You're not a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
Those are two distinct things. Would you agree with me?
Correct.
Okay. So you did go, or you did some work at Yale University, but you didn't go to school there, their medical school, to seek a medical degree, correct?
Correct.
But what good is he?
When you met with Mr. Davion Murphy, and I'm going to continue to refer to him as Davion Murphy because we have another Murphy sitting over here, okay? When you went to meet with him, did you advise him of the purpose and your role in the case?
Correct.
And you made sure he understood that, correct?
Yes.
And you told him it was your role, if I understand correctly, to evaluate him and assess this case for any potential mental health mitigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you went through these tests, you explained to him the test, correct?
Correct.
That you administered? All right. And you did obtain a history from him, correct?
Correct.
So he would have known you were there not to hurt him, correct?
I'm sorry?
You were there not to hurt him. You were not there in an adversarial position, correct?
Correct.
You were not sent by the state attorney's office or the prosecution. He would have known that, correct?
Correct.
And you made sure he knew that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Doctor, this is not the first time in a penalty phase situation where you have examined a defendant that you have recommended that there be diagnostic scans, correct?
Correct.
So you've done that in other cases too, correct?
Correct.
Out of all the times that you've testified for a defendant in a penalty phase proceeding, and you've told us most of those were here in Florida?
Correct.
How many times do you believe that you recommended that they have some type of brain scan?
The vast majority.
Okay. And how many of those times that you've testified was that on behalf of the prosecution?
Always on behalf of the defense.
Do you know who Dr. Rubino is?
Yes, I do.
Have you worked on cases that he has been consulted by the same party?
Yes.
So one of the tests that you administered in this case was the TOMS, correct?
Correct.
The TOMMS?
It's TOMM.
I'm sorry, TOMM. But a lot of people will refer to it as the TOMS or the TOM test.
Well, it's an acronym.
It's an acronym, correct. What does it stand for?
Test of memory malingering.
Okay, so that's a test That is a scale specifically designed to detect malingering, correct?
Correct.
And you don't tell the person that when you give them the test, correct?
Correct.
All right, so malingering is not giving genuine, reliable effort, correct?
Correct.
It's faking, basically, right?
Correct.
Okay. And how many times did you administer that test in this case?
Well, it's administered one time, but there's 3 parts to the test.
There's 3 parts to it, okay. So in that single administration, he is actually participating in 3 separate subtests or 3 tests?
Correct.
All right, but that's all done on the same day, is that right?
Correct. The same time.
Okay. How many days did you meet with the defendant, or did your partner meet with the defendant to administer testing?
I believe it was 7 times.
7 times. And your partner in your practice also participated in this, correct, with administration of tests?
Correct.
And she is a psychologist?
A licensed psychologist.
Licensed psychologist. Is she your spouse, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your practice, you maintain this generally out of your house in Miami, is that correct?
No, we have an office.
You do have an office. Okay, my mistake. I thought you had most of your practice done out of your house. So you have an office where you meet with your clinical patients?
Correct.
Okay. So your assessment of the defendant's reliability and credibility and effort, that was only done on that one day, correct?
Well, with that particular test.
That particular test, yes. So the other test you're talking about is a subtest of the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, correct?
That was one.
Right, and that's a subtest that can be utilized to detect malingering, but it's not the primary purpose of that subtest, correct?
Correct.
So that's a test that, in the literature, you can utilize it for effort and to determine if there's been a genuine effort?
Correct.
Right? Okay, and that's one of the several subtests of the Wechsler?
Correct.
I want to say it correctly. That would be the WACE, the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on the other days where you were administering tests, is that it? Are those the tests that you administered for malingering?
No, he also gave the word choice, the advanced clinical solutions.
Okay. Is that a single test?
Correct.
And was that given on the same day as the Tom or on a different day?
Damn, he got a book over there. And he got a whole book with no degrees and no real credentials. Look, he ready to laugh.
No, it was a different day.
A different day. Okay. So
he ready to
on
laugh.
how
That
many of the
nigga's
7 days did you
this
test
guy's
for
insane. All he can think about is that food back there in that holding tank. We in child time.
It was official tests were 3 times, but really it's throughout the evaluation itself. So it's 3 malingering measures on 3 different days.
On 3 different days out of 7, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So even assuming that he wasn't hedging or faking in some way in those malingering measures and just was not detected, on the days when you didn't test him for malingering, you had no measure to assess whether he was. No measure. And I'm not talking about your clinical assessment. I'm talking about a measure, a test. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Doctor, you are this is a consulting business that you maintain, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, it's part of your business to consult in these types of cases, correct?
Well, we're doing evaluations and we're assessing the individuals.
Yes, but you're getting paid for what you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I want to talk to you about. Can you tell us how much you're charging for your services, for your consultation with the defense?
$300 an hour.
And is that a flat amount that goes across
With no
anything
degree.
you do in the case?
Correct.
Okay, so $300 an hour to administer tests
Correct.
and to conduct interviews,
Correct.
and $300 an hour during your testimony.
Correct.
All right, and when the state of Florida took your deposition, you sent us an invoice for $300 an hour, correct?
That's correct.
For the multiple hours in that deposition process.
Correct.
Okay. And do you charge any kind of fee for your travel from Miami to here?
Yeah, that's charged at a lower fee,
At a lower fee, what is that?
$125 an hour.
And is that actual travel time, or is that some kind of a flat fee?
No, it's actual travel time.
Damn.
So at this point, have you submitted invoices for payment?
Yeah, up until this point, yes.
Okay. How many invoices have you submitted?
There have been several.
Several. Okay. Do you know the total amount that you've been reimbursed or billed for?
It's approximately $30,000.
Okay. And that doesn't include your testimony last night.
I did 100 hours in that bit. You ain't thirsty. You a scam artist. Always trying to rape somebody's pocket. I seen Dr. Lenore Walker do the same thing in the Megan Thee Stallion trial. Said she made over $200,000, and Megan ain't get paid numbers.
Doctor, one of the things that
$16,000.
you mentioned the DSM-5, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that is something
Perfect.
you
Thank you,
recognize
She
as a diagnostic manual that is utilized by psychologists and psychiatrists,
Correct.
and you utilize it in your practice, correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you currently using the DSM-5 TR,
Correct.
the current version?
Yes.
Okay. But at some point, you were, I'm assuming, utilizing the DSM-5 that I'm holding up here.
Correct.
Okay, all right. When you're conducting testing and evaluation for cognitive functioning, correct? The DSM-5 and general practice in the field of psychology would indicate that you should, depending on the test scores, you should always seek collateral information, correct?
Correct.
And that was that's why you interviewed the defendant and spoke to his mother.
Correct.
Okay. When the defense provided you the materials in this case, you've told us you've received several records, including medical records and school records that included psycho-evaluations of the defendant?
Correct.
All right. Did they provide you with any of the law enforcement reports in this case?
I don't believe so.
Did they provide you with any video evidence in this case?
No.
Did they provide you with any of the video of the actual murder itself?
No.
Okay, were you aware that the actual murder was captured on video evidence?
Correct.
Okay, but they didn't provide that to you?
That's correct.
All right. And did they provide you any digital evidence, like social media evidence?
No.
Or any audio, visual interviews, anything like that?
No.
Any deposition transcripts?
No.
Now, they didn't provide you any police reports, and they didn't provide you any of these videos, but you never requested those either, correct?
That's correct.
And you could have done that, right?
Correct.
Right. It would be fair to say that as far as that decision, in your position, you kind of drive the bus on that. You can make the decision to say, hey, I want all the police reports, I want any evidence that shows your client being interviewed or any statements he may have made, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing to prevent you from making that request, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, had made a statement to the police?
Correct.
Right. Do you know the contents of that statement?
No.
Have you reviewed any of it?
No.
So you haven't even reviewed like a minute of it?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know it's 2 hours long?
No.
And in the interview, the defendant is being interviewed by detectives, law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And the defendant is being questioned, at least in large part in the interview, about this case and about his culpability in this case. Were you aware of that?
No.
And in portions of the video, he is left alone in the interview room for several minutes in a couple different occasions and can be observed. Were you aware of that?
No.
And if the video was recorded and the defendant was interviewed approximately 7 months after the murder happened, that would be closer in time than any other information, collateral information you were provided, correct? And I'm not talking about your testing or anything like that. I'm talking about collateral information.
I'm not sure what you mean by collateral information.
Well, history given by the defendant or any records that were provided to you.
Well, I'm looking primarily at educational records.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at medical records. I'm looking at those as history. So that's where my primary focus is on.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. I think that's pretty clear. But if this interview occurred 7 months after the murder, you would agree with me that that is closer in time than any documented event that you've been provided through those records, correct?
Well, it's different. It's different times. It's different material.
Right.
It's a different look.
You're looking at, it's a different look at a different time in his life, correct?
That's correct.
You're looking at incidents that occurred when he was in elementary school. You're looking at incidents that occurred when he was 17, when he was 20, maybe when he was 25. This is 7 months after the commission of the murder that he's been convicted of. So that would be closer in time to the murder than all of those events that you were looking at, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And one of the things that would be important, and I'll come back to that, but one of the things that would be important in your assessment, since you're relying so heavily upon your neurocognitive testing of the defendant, would be an assessment, as you talked about, that you tested for of his effort, of his genuine effort in those tests, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that if he is not giving genuine effort, then the tests are really not a good reflection, correct?
That's correct.
And a lot of your testing, you're trusting on him to give you effort, are you not?
Well, we're assessing for that.
But other than that, the time when you did assess for that, even when you assess for that, even if you gave him a test later that day or right after that, you're still going to be relying upon him to give you genuine effort, correct?
Well, again, that's my examination and evaluation of him. That's correct.
Right. And then on the days when you didn't test whether he was malingering or faking, you had to rely upon him. You had to trust him to give you genuine effort, correct?
Well, I'm not sure the word trust is correct. It's just giving effort in terms of what he's doing.
Right, but you're relying upon him to do that, correct?
That's correct.
So that you have valid scores and valid testing, correct?
That's correct.
So, as a person who is analyzing and evaluating the defendant and his results on those tests, you have to consider any potential motive or bias that he may have to fabricate or to fake, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And, or not give valid effort, right?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at a 2-hour interview of your client by detectives, that could be critical in making an assessment of this person's reliability, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And their credibility.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And having the facts of the case, the actual facts of the case, to be able to even make a more informed decision as to the credibility when he's being interviewed by the detectives, to be able to contrast what the evidence shows and what he's telling the detectives. That would be critical also, wouldn't it? Or could be helpful, right?
Correct.
It would have given you possibly a lot more data and a lot more information to consider his potential bias and credibility, correct?
Well, again, that speaks to that particular time, his responses, but I'm looking at it a different aspect.
So you would agree with me, as far as bias, that there is no one involved in this case. There's no one sitting in this courtroom that has more bias than Davion Murphy or these other defendants would have to potentially fabricate or fake their way through neurocognitive testing, correct?
Right.
That's a possibility.
Right, and they
But
have...
I evaluated for that, I assessed that, and I made a determination
I
that
understand.
he was not faking. I said that.
Right, I understand that.
And if he would have been faking, the test would have been quite different.
Well, what I'm asking you is, he has a bias, correct? An inherent built-in bias, right?
Everyone has a bias.
But he has a massive potential bias because he may potentially be facing the death penalty, correct?
That's correct.
And at the time you administered those tests, he was facing charges of capital murder and, if convicted, a potential death sentence, correct?
That's correct.
And he had that in his mind. That would have been in his mind when he was taking these tests, correct, that you were administering?
Well, again, as I stated, if he would have been faking on the test, they would have shown up, the scores, the results would have been quite different. That's not the case. So from a neurocognitive point of view, in terms of doing tests, assessing his cognitive abilities, I made the determination that he was not faking. If he would have been faking,
yeah,
the results would have been quite different, my testing would have been different, and that was not the case.
Right. And I'm not asking you that. I'm asking about his potential bias, right?
But I think I answered that, and I think I'm telling you that during the examination...
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object that he's being non-responsive.
Well...
And now he's arguing with me.
Okay. All right. I think the question has been answered, so please ask your next question.
Okay. Okay, we established, you agree with me, that he has a very large and obvious bias. So my question to you is, that bias would have been in his knowledge and in the back of his mind when he was taking the test you were
I think I
administering.
answered that already.
And that would be yes, right?
No, the answer is no.
It wouldn't be in his mind?
Again, I think I answered that. You stopped me in the middle of my answer.
So you're telling this jury you do not believe that Davion Murphy would have had in the back of his mind, knowing that you're there to assist and help him and knowing that you're there to find any potential mitigation, that he is potentially looking at a capital murder conviction and then a potential death sentence?
I didn't say that.
Well, that's my question.
Of course,
I didn't ask you about your findings, about whether you think he's faking. I'm asking about his bias.
Well, of course, that's on his mind.
Now, going back to the interview of the defendant, assuming that the detectives had identified themselves and had identified what they were questioning the defendant about, all right, I just want you to be fully informed in this question. If the defendant lied to the detectives during that 2-hour interview, not once, but multiple times, that could potentially also be critical
I'm just
evidence
waiting for him to
you
just blurt out some shit,
look
because that's
at
what it
as
looks
far as
like he's about to
assessing
do.
his reliability, correct?
Well, it relates to that particular incident.
Well, it would relate to this person and whether he's telling the truth in a very pressure-tested situation, being questioned by detectives, right?
That's true.
Okay. And if he had the ability, and we're going to move now beyond looking at collateral evidence of his reliability or his trustworthiness, if he had the ability to fabricate lies where he is weaving them around facts. I was in Tampa, I was there Sunday, but I didn't get there till Sunday. And I know you don't know a lot about the facts of the case, but this is really to remind the jury in this question. He's able to lay into a weave of lies some facts to try to anchor in more that lie. That would be significant to you in your analysis and your evaluation of his cognitive ability, correct?
I told you, I think I answered that, and I'll answer it again.
Well, I haven't asked you about cognitive
Well, you just
assessment.
mentioned that. So if you want, I can answer that.
Okay.
You can ask
it would
another
be
question.
It would be critically important to that, right? Or potentially critically important to that.
Again, that is something on his mind, but that's what I did not evaluate what his state of mind was or his interview. That wasn't part of what I did.
Okay. Well, you would agree with me, it's not just something on his mind, that goes to his cognitive functioning, his ability to create lies out of whole cloth, correct?
Again, that's how he that's how he responded. My neurocognitive evaluation goes to another area altogether.
And you would agree with me, I think you said this yesterday. There is no perfect test, correct? I think you said that. There is no perfect test or test performance.
I'm not sure in what context.
I'm talking about your neurocognitive testing, especially the administration of the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, that there is no perfect test or testing scenario.
Well, I don't think I said that. What I said was that the ultimate score of any test, there's room for error in terms of how it's scored and how it's interpreted.
Good enough. It's not 100%.
That's correct.
All right, and that's why there's a 5-point up and a 5-point down, and it's a band that it sits within, correct?
Correct.
In the waist. Okay, so you have that error rate of 5 points either way, correct?
Correct.
All right. The ability, well, let me rephrase. Were you aware or made aware of the fact that after the murder in this case, after the defendant had fled back to Jacksonville in the day or so, actually the same day as the murder, in the days, weeks, and months after that, that there was basically a manhunt going on in Duval County, Jacksonville, for this defendant? Were you aware of that?
Correct.
Okay. And there were advertisements by law enforcement on social media, on billboards, and on TV up there with the defendant's face being plastered around. You had been made aware of that?
I'm not sure to what extent.
Okay. All right. Considering that fact, and the fact, which is pointed out to the defendant in his interview by the police, that the defendant for 7 months was able to live in Jacksonville, the city of Jacksonville, and evade the police, evade capture. Wouldn't that be significant to your evaluation, that fact?
Again, I think I answered the question, but...
No, this is a different question.
Well, it goes back to the same point that you're trying to make. The neurocognitive evaluation is separate.
I'm not trying to make any points. I'm just asking you a question. This would go to his cognitive functioning in your evaluation of that,
okay,
correct?
again, I think I answered this, but let me answer it again. My evaluation of him was independent of what his conduct was at the commission of the crime or his behavior. I think I mentioned that, and I'm going to reiterate that, because I'm not going to discredit his performance based upon what his conduct was at the commission of the crime or how he conducted himself.
So your assessment was independent of his conduct or his mental state during the commission of the offense. That's what you're telling us?
I've told you that several times.
Okay. So let me ask you about this. You gave an opinion yesterday to this jury, did you not, Doctor, that the defendant, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his or her conduct or to conform his or her conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired?
That's correct.
So are you talking about at the time the murder happened?
That's correct.
So you are giving an opinion about the defendant's mental state at the time the murder happened?
Right. That's correct.
Okay, that seems to be completely opposite of what you just told this jury.
That's not true.
Okay. So then, going on from that, you also gave an opinion that the defendant was, the felony, the murder in this case, was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you're giving an opinion about his cognitive state, right, at the time the murder happened.
That's correct.
All right. So let me ask you some questions about that. So since you didn't look at a shred of the police reports in this case or see any of the video of the murder in this case, were you aware of the fact that the defendant in the hours before the murder actively took efforts to conceal his identity from any camera systems or from detection by the victim and his friends? Were you aware of that?
He's harassing the witness and has been asked and answered repeatedly.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant, when the murder happened, was dressed in all black, covering every part of his body except for his eyes, which had an orange or reddish colored ski mask on? Were you aware of that?
No.
That he took active measures to conceal his identity? Were you aware of the fact that the defendant, before shooting at the victim and his friends, snuck along? Excuse me?
Objection. This is repetitive. It has been asked and answered.
Overruled.
Were you aware of the fact that dressed up in that outfit with a high-powered rifle in his hands, that he snuck along behind a bunch of cars to avoid detection by the victims and took up a position of concealment? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant did not come out of concealment until he absolutely had to, as the victim was fleeing in his car in a desperate attempt to get away, that he then revealed himself and opened fire on the victim's car? Were you aware of that fact?
No.
Were you aware of the fact that as the victim was fleeing in his car, that the defendant actively, purposely, intentionally followed the victim's car, running towards it, and then opened fire as the victim was fleeing away from him? Were you aware of that fact?
No.
And were you aware of the fact that after shooting at the victim's car, the defendant immediately, without hesitation, turned and ran back to a getaway car where he then secreted himself from the crime scene in the middle of the darkness in the night? Were you aware of that, sir?
No.
Okay. Wouldn't all of those facts have been critical to your assessment in determining these two opinions as to whether the defendant's cognitive abilities were impaired at the time he committed the murder?
No.
Don't all of those facts demonstrate a person's ability to adapt, their ability to conceal themselves, and to make purposeful, intentional effort to do so?
Perhaps.
Okay. And your testing is just one component of cognitive assessment, correct? Under the DSM-5?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, when you're assessing a person's intelligence or their cognitive abilities, IQ testing, like the WAIS, that's just one aspect of it, correct?
I conducted a neuropsychological battery that consisted of many different areas of brain functioning, not just the IQ.
Right, I understand that. So in addition to your neuropsychological testing, the DSM-5 recommends, when you're determining cognitive ability, that you need to also look at adaptive behavior, correct?
That's correct.
Behavior where a person is able to adapt to everyday living conditions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And wouldn't you agree with me that adapting oneself to a living condition where you're consistently, continually aware that the police are seeking you out and attempting to locate you and find you, that adaptation would be critical to your assessment in this case?
I answered that already, and I said, again, my adaptive functioning that I did test for was not looking at those aspects.
Right, and the DSM-5 speaks to that, doing testing for adaptive behavior.
And I did that.
Correct. But the DSM-5 also speaks to looking at collateral information of adaptive behaviors, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Let's go through a couple of those, if you don't mind. I don't believe we heard about these yesterday. Let me find my glasses. So this would include the practical domain, which involves learning, which you've gone through, self-management across life settings. I'm reading directly from the manual, including personal care, job responsibilities, money management, work task organization. Would you agree that those are all adaptive behaviors that you need to look at?
Correct.
Okay. Further, the DSM-5 specifically states adaptive functioning may be difficult to assess in a controlled setting like a prison or a detention center. If possible, corroborative information reflecting functioning outside those settings should be obtained. Would you not agree with me? That's the exact setting that you were conducting your adaptive behavior testing in?
Correct.
In the county jail here in Hillsborough.
Correct.
And what I'm talking about is corroborative evidence outside of the jail, correct?
Well, what you're referring to is the case in point, which is not necessarily adaptive, and therefore I did not look at that.
Let me talk about some other adaptive behavior that we didn't hear about yesterday. So one of the things that you're to look at, as I brought up there, was job responsibilities and work task organizations, basically employment, the ability to obtain and maintain employment. You would agree with that, right? That would be an adaptive function?
Correct.
All right. When you interviewed Mr. Murphy, he gave you a work history, did he not?
Correct.
Okay. And the work history included his first job at Burger King, where he worked, I believe, for 6 months, correct? Do you remember that in your report?
I don't think it was Burger King.
If you look to, let me see if I can find it. If you look at the top of your page 4, Doctor.
I'm sorry, you're right.
Okay. So his first job was at Burger King preparing food, and he worked there for 6 months, correct?
Correct.
All right. He also worked as a dishwasher at Cracker Barrel, and he maintained employment there for 8 months, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he worked at International House of Pancakes for a couple of months, and Steak and Shake for 6 months as a grill cook, a short order cook, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that would demonstrate, would it not, his ability to apply for employment, right?
Well, not necessarily that he applied, but yes, he
Okay.
got the job. That's what we know.
He got the job. And most jobs require some type of application and an interview, right, before
Correct.
you're hired?
Correct.
You would agree with that, right? Okay. So it required him to go through an application process, including an interview, answering the person who's reviewing it, whether it's an HR person or it's the manager of these facilities. He also worked at a place called SteelCon, where he was doing industrial fabrication of some type, right?
Correct.
And I believe he worked at Lowe's. Do you remember him mentioning that? I don't believe it's in your report.
I don't recall.
Okay. But he was able to apply and to obtain a job. And before any of that, he was able to, you would agree with me, to have the adaptive behavioral ability or functioning ability to understand that he needs to get a job to make money, right, to live.
Correct.
To sustain himself. So that goes to his personal skills, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, and then to have a job and maintain it, even for that long, is going to require that he follow their expectations for his position, whatever his duties are, his roles, correct?
That's correct.
He's going to have to show up on time, right?
Correct.
And give good effort in his work, correct?
Correct.
And short order cooks, that's a position that is under a time restraint normally, correct?
Correct.
At breakfast places like IHOP and even at Steak and Shake, there's a real incentive, I guess, put on speed and getting food out quick, correct, to the servers.
Correct.
I mean, I think everybody knows that if you ever go out to eat breakfast or dinner somewhere in a setting like that. So those things, you put that in your report. You didn't talk about it yesterday, but that would demonstrate adaptive behavior, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Doctor, I believe in your opinions yesterday, and you correct me if I'm wrong, have you provided any Axis 1 diagnosis in this case?
No.
Okay. There was, you mentioned yesterday there was a time period, let me look, where the defendant was prescribed Seroquel.
Correct.
It was a short time, correct?
Correct.
And you said Seroquel is an antipsychotic medication, correct?
That's correct.
That's what it was, I think, originally developed for, and still is used, correct?
That's correct.
But it's also utilized to treat depression, correct?
Correct.
And anxiety.
Correct.
And especially in incarcerative settings, like in the Hillsborough County Jail, in low doses, 30 to 60 or 80 milligrams, it's utilized for insomnia or for inability to sleep.
Perhaps.
Okay. And in fact, I believe what he told you was it would make him tired when he took it.
Correct.
Okay. And so you don't know of any diagnosis of this defendant anywhere in the records you were providing having any kind of an psychotic disorder, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Before I move on from work, I know it's not in your report, but you interviewed the defendant on multiple occasions for multiple hours, correct?
Correct.
And you've distilled that down to about a page and a half, correct, of history in your report?
Correct.
Did he advise you that at one point the Cracker Barrel job, maybe the IHOP job, those were jobs he held in the city of Orlando?
That's correct.
You remember that? Okay. So you were aware of the fact that the defendant was able to manage a move from his home of Jacksonville to the city of Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And all of the associated things that involves obtaining residence, paying rent, signing a lease, all of the things that you would think of when someone moves from one place to the other, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he was able to do all of those things, correct?
Well, again, he wasn't living alone. There were some assistants. He was living with a girlfriend.
For a part of that time.
Right. So
yeah.
What he did and what he got assistance was, that's
right. That's
unclear.
Still a move, though, right?
That's correct.
And that would show the ability to manage oneself through everyday life, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You would agree also, before I move on, as far as the work itself and being able to maintain employment, that a person in those positions that the defendant told you that he held, the work he held, would require someone to work as part of a team, right?
Correct.
To be able to get along with their fellow employees and work efficiently with them?
Correct.
Okay. And without getting into the specifics, he told you the reasons that he may have lost a job had nothing to do with merit or his ability to perform the tasks at the job, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Were you aware, did he tell you that at one point, because of the cost of living in Orlando, that he actually was juggling 3 jobs at the same time?
Correct.
And he actually lost one of them because he was trying to do 3 at the same time?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me, doctor, that financial responsibility is another adaptive function?
Correct.
So I want to talk to you about the ADHD diagnosis from his childhood. That was a diagnosis made at some point when he was a little boy, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who made that diagnosis, do you?
No.
And you don't know their level of education or what degrees they may hold?
That's correct.
You don't know their qualifications?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, especially during that time period in our school systems in this country, a lot of little boys were being diagnosed with ADHD. You would agree with that?
Correct.
And he was seen by Dr. Quinones at one point a psychiatrist. Is that right?
Correct.
With his brother.
Correct.
Yeah. And Miss Beeks, Serena Beeks, his mother, took her boys to that doctor for about 3 years, right, when they were little?
Correct.
And you don't know what he treated them for or any diagnosis he may have made, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing to reflect that that doctor did anything in reference to ADHD, correct?
Don't know.
Okay. He was treated with medication when he was a little boy for ADHD, correct?
Correct.
Vyvanse, is that how you pronounce it?
Correct.
And Ritalin?
Correct.
And he stopped taking it when he was in adolescence because he told you he didn't like the way it made him feel. It made him feel slow and lethargic, right?
Correct.
But in fact, he told you even when he was a little boy that he didn't like the way this medicine was making him feel, right?
Correct.
And stopping the medication for a child who's been diagnosed with it in adolescence, that's not uncommon, is it?
Correct.
Now, you've talked about the defendant, some medical records you have suggesting that he had a motor vehicle accident. I think twice.
Correct.
Twice, okay. But his diagnosis with ADHD, that was years before that, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, it wasn't discussed in your direct examination, I don't believe, and it may have been. If it was, then it's my mistake. There was a lot of ground covered, but he did give you a history of substance abuse, correct?
Correct.
And what he told you was he started using substances in his early adolescence, right?
Correct.
That included drinking copious amounts of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Smoking marijuana,
Correct.
and I believe taking MDMA or ecstasy.
Correct.
And that's behavior that he told you has persisted into his adult life.
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the DSM-5 always advises in anything that you're looking at, as far as mental health, that you need to rule out any kind of substance abuse and its effects or the effect it may be having on the person, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Sure. Yep, come on up, Miss Jimmy.
I don't think they know that the audio is not on. The fuck? That's not on my end. That's on their end. Let's see. Once again. And I'm wondering if all of them are pulling from the same camera, because why is Court TV camera off? Sound check 1 2. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the same camera. Multiple people are streaming from. Big networks too. Like they probably got like one main camera that everyone is connected to. I'm sure. Sure of that. This witness right here is not even that interesting anyways. He looked like a scam. He seems like a scam artist, billing $300 an hour, then over $3,000, bro.
The severity of those injuries.
No, this is not the same trial. Ain't nobody really watching that trial. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, I just went over there. Everybody is muted. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be alerted pretty soon. Otherwise, what else can we do?
Neurocognitive tests, they're updated, like you talked about. Like the WACE has been updated several times.
All right, I tried to check. There is. Oh, it just came back.
Updating of tests is they try to make them more relevant to the current state of our culture and community. Correct.
Correct.
So that it's not.
Here we go.
It's been up
there we go. It came back after about,
for lack of a better way of saying.
What, like 5?
So I want to talk to you a little bit about this Texas Functional Living Scale that you utilized. This tested Mr. Davion Murphy on his ability, number one, to tell time on a clock, right?
Correct.
And he had to reverse the hour and minutes, and he had some difficulty drawing the correct time on a clock. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're talking about an analog clock with hands, right? Hour and minute, second
Correct.
hands?
Just like the one that's here.
Yes, just like that one. Thank you. I was looking around and I didn't see, oh, there's one over here too. Okay. And you would agree with me that at least watches are kind of being phased out other than smart watches for phones and smartwatches, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You have not seen that phenomenon in our culture?
Well, there's different options.
Right. There are. You're right. But people utilizing their phone or a smartwatch to tell time, and it's going to be digital, correct?
But son, an individual needs to look at the clock and be able to read that as well.
No, I agree with you. I mean,
So that's current.
that certainly makes sense, but I would suggest to you that in the current day, people are moving away from that type of time telling. And
Well-
would you not agree with that?
There's other options that I said, but still, you have to know the skill to be able to look at the clock and say, and
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that would be a good idea. So let me talk to you about another subtest, money and calculation subscale. In this one, you have him in the severely impaired range because he was, at times he was able to count change correctly, but was more inaccurate than not in changing out dollar bills and coins that were placed in front of him. So I think you know where I'm going. Currency is kind of being phased out in this country too over the last couple of decades, right? People are using their credit cards, their debit cards to pay for things. They just swipe, or even better yet, and I don't know where my phone went, which is scaring me a little bit, so I'm going to use Miss Doherty's phone. People are using their phones. They just put it up to the register and it rings up, right?
people still use cash.
A lot of people do, I agree.
Cash has not been discontinued.
Okay. Then one of the other things you had, one of the next things, was difficulty writing out a check, right? A bank check.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Murphy told you he had never written a bank check.
Correct.
Correct? You would agree with me as far as making payments like lease payments and rent payments and things like that. A lot of that occurs online now with bill pay, Venmo, PayPal, all kinds of things like that, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Murphy, another one from this test, did not know how to look up a person in a telephone book, right?
Now, what's significant about that is that it's
Enough.
true that
Go ahead.
telephone books perhaps have been discontinued, but the skill that we're looking at is going in alphabetical order, knowing the ABCs, and that's a skill that you need no matter what you're
Right.
using, what means of media that you're using. One has to know the alphabet in order to find anything that they're looking for.
Mr. Murphy is 28 years old, is that correct? He was born in... ...28 years old at the time of your test that you wrote?
Correct.
Okay. January 10th, 1997.
That's correct.
Okay, so he's 29 now.
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me that there is a large section of the 20-year-old population in this country that have never laid eyes on a telephone book, correct?
Again, I mentioned that even though it's discontinued,
I understand.
so you have to know the alphabet. That has not been discontinued.
Now, another thing he had to do was address an envelope correctly, correct?
Correct.
And he had problems doing that?
Correct.
He was able to follow written directions and to describe the steps necessary to complete a simple task, though, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you wrote in the last section of that test before you moved on to the Kaufman Functional Academic Skills Test that he was able to carry out an instruction after some time had elapsed and was able to remember most of the factual information presented.
That's correct. The skills are varied.
On the reading subtest of the Kaufman Functional Academic Skills Test, he had a standard score of 82, right?
Correct.
Which put him in the below average range.
Correct.
Okay. Going on to your executive functioning testing, the DELIS, that's D-E-L-I-S, Kaplan Executive Function System Verbal Fluency Test. A measure of letter fluency, is that right? Category fluency and category switching.
Correct.
All right, I'm just reading from your report. He scored in the low average range, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, his category switching was in the average range, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to make sure I say this right. Tactual, is that the way you say it? Is that
Correct.
the way it's pronounced? Tactual, tactual performance test, which is a measure of tactile form recognition, memory for shapes, and spatial location, as well as psychomotor problem-solving ability while blindfolded, right?
Correct.
Okay. He was tested on his total time in the average range, correct?
Correct.
He was able to complete the assignment in 4 minutes and 13 seconds, which was in the average range, is that right?
Correct.
And on the second trial, using his non-dominant right hand, he was able to complete the assignment in 4 minutes, 4 seconds, which was in the mildly impaired range, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, on the third trial, when he's able to use both hands, because part of this test he's using his dominant hand, part of it he's using his weak hand, now he's allowed to use both hands, he's in the average range, right?
Correct.
Okay. He was able to localize 6 of the shapes in their correct locations, which put him into the average range. Is that right?
No. Yes, yes, correct.
Okay, all right.
He remembered 6 out of the 10, which was
Moderately impaired range. On the Wisconsin card sorting test, a measure which assesses the ability to form abstract concepts, to maintain and shift set, and to utilize feedback, he completed 7 categories, which put him in the average range, right?
Correct.
And then he committed 6 perseverative errors. Did I pronounce that right?
Perseverative.
Perseverative, which put him in the average range of functioning.
Correct.
Okay. In the learning and memory section, you administered a test called the Brief Cognitive Status Exam. In this test, which tested for auditory memory, visual working memory, immediate memory, and delayed memory, he scored consistently in the low average range with a borderline score on the visual working memory. Is that right?
Correct.
And you noted the scores were, again, better than expected compared to his IQ scores, correct?
Correct.
Auditory memory index, was that another test that you administered?
That was part of the Wechsler memory scale.
That's part of the Wechsler memory scale. This is a subtest then?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is on top of page 10. You indicated his ability to recall word pairs over multiple trials was in the average range, correct?
Correct.
And his ability to retain the information after a delay with interference was in the average range.
Correct.
Under the visual memory index of that same test, Mr. Murphy's ability to recall visual and spatial details was average, both immediately and after a delay, right?
Correct.
And his ability to view a design and draw it immediately from memory was in the low average range. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Going to your language area, are we still under that same general test, or is this a different area now?
These are different tests.
Okay, these are different. Under language, in the expressive vocabulary test, second edition, which measures word knowledge and expressive language, you put his score in the low average range of expressive language functioning, correct?
Correct.
His expressive language score was 31 points higher, significantly greater than his receptive language score. Is that right?
Correct.
There's also a visuo-spatial ability test And I'm going to have you explain or pronounce that for us. The REY test, Ray.
The Ray Ostrich Complex Figure Test.
Thank you. A test of constructional ability, visual constructional ability, and visual memory. You indicated that Mr. Murphy obtained a 16.5 of a possible 36 points, correct?
Correct.
And that put him within the average range.
Correct.
And then in the Hooper Visual Organization test, he again scored in the average range?
Correct.
If you can go to your page 4 of your report. Thank you, sir. Mr. Murphy reported crashing a golf cart into a car wash when he was a little boy, right?
Correct.
And he said he hit his head on the steering wheel. Is that right?
Correct.
And he had headaches.
Correct.
Now, was he the only source of that information?
Correct.
And then at age 14, he was a passenger in a car that crashed into a tree, right?
Correct.
But he didn't seek medical attention in that case. He ran away from the crash, right?
Correct.
And in that instance, in that case, that crash into a tree, he's not reporting to you any kind of head injury, correct?
Correct.
And then he reported to you that in 2015, when he was 18 years old, he fractured his third metatarsal bone of his right hand, correct?
Correct.
And he was treated, I believe, in the emergency room in Jacksonville. But that had nothing to do with his head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In 2017, when he was 20 years old, he was taken by fire rescue to Shands Jacksonville ER after he was shot in the groin, and you talked about the injury that affected his penis and then went into his thigh, correct?
Correct.
Again, that had nothing to do with his head, correct? That he didn't suffer any kind of injury to his head because of that, correct?
Correct.
And then about a little less than a month later, he's involved in another motor vehicle accident. He's taken to the ER at Shands. And that's when you talked about the Glasgow Coma Scale of 13 out of 15, is that right?
Correct.
Now, there wasn't just one CT scan taken during that hospitalization. There were multiple CT scans taken, correct?
Correct.
All right. And none of them showed any kind of an acute intracranial hemorrhage, correct?
Correct.
Or
No bleeding.
Or bleeding, or mass effect, or territorial infarct.
No broken bones.
No broken bones, no brain swelling, right?
Correct.
Okay. They were normal.
Well, it said, you're right, there was no bleeding.
No bleeding. Okay. He did break his leg, correct?
Correct.
And was treated for that.
Correct.
And then in 2023, when he was 26 years old, he was a passenger, the rear seat passenger in a car that was hit by a truck, correct?
Correct.
And he was taken to Jacksonville Shands, where he's diagnosed with a pain in his forearm, a pain in his elbow, and a pain in his left hand, correct?
And his back.
And his back, yes. And in fact, there was a CT scan done at that time on his lumbar spine.
Correct.
All right. Which found no I don't know how to say that, osseous abnormality.
Correct.
He had x-rays done of his forearm, his elbow, and his hand, which revealed no fracture, dislocation, or any kind of abnormality, right?
Correct.
Now, it says in your report, he reported hitting his head very hard. Was that what he reported to you?
Correct.
Okay. So that's not in the medical records, correct?
Correct.
Going back to when Miss Beeks had taken him to the Christian Academy when he was in 8th grade, Mr. Murphy told you, Davion Murphy told you that he did much better academically and graduated from elementary school in that facility, correct?
Correct.
And talking again about Miss Beeks and her commitment to her son, at one point, I believe when he was in either 9th or 10th grade, she exercised what a lot of folks call tough love and kicked him out of the house, right?
Correct.
And he had to go stay with his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And that was for misbehavior, right?
Correct.
By his own admission, right?
Correct.
So you would agree with me there was always someone there to take care of him, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned and you were asked questions about the FCAT testing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test?
Correct.
That's a test that is a standardized test, right?
Correct.
And it depends on what grade the content of the test, correct?
Correct.
And that's a test here in Florida that's given through multiple years in elementary, middle, and high school.
Correct.
And that is not only standardized, but it is a timed test, correct?
Correct.
At least in high school, it's not dissimilar to the SAT or similar tests, correct?
Correct.
Standardized test, that is testing accumulated knowledge.
Correct.
And when those tests were being conducted that you've discussed his performances on, there is no type of validity or effort testing that's being administered by the school, correct?
Correct.
Because that's not a forensic setting, right?
Correct.
So the score on that test is going to depend in large part on the effort of the student taking the test, correct?
Right. And it measures the ability.
Right. It measures their ability. But if they come in and they blow that test off, and for lack of a better way of saying it, and they just have no desire to take it, or they don't really care, or even if they get halfway through it and they get tired, or they just don't want to do any more work, it's going to affect the results, correct?
Correct.
Their effort is, right?
Correct. But this was repeated over and over and over.
Right. And if the child had the same mindset towards taking standardized tests, that he didn't like taking them, it could have the same effect over repeated tests, right?
Perhaps.
Now, standardized tests, there's a lot of literature that they're not really good for a lot of people, right? A lot of people just don't perform well on standardized tests. They don't like the time structure. They don't like being pressure tested like that, right?
Perhaps.
The only IQ test in his history before you tested him was the WISC, right?
Correct.
And the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children, that is, you indicated that the WACE is a gold standard test for intelligence, correct?
Correct.
For adults.
Correct.
Right. And the WISC is a gold standard test for children, correct?
Correct. But any IQ test for children has to be discussed with a caveat that the age, which is 8 years old, and the developmental period of the individual. So it could change, and it was recommended that he be retested, but that didn't happen.
Right. But it could certainly stay consistent, correct?
Well, it should, but again, like I said, one really can't extrapolate from a test that was given at the age of 8 or 9, where I mentioned yesterday that puberty would be, or adolescence would be a better indication of consistent IQ.
So the only IQ tests we have in this case are going to be a WISC that is administered to an 8-year-old little boy in a school setting who is going to be of the tender mind of probably not having a massive bias like the defendant has in this case, correct? Or motivation to not exercise full effort, right? Genuine effort.
Well, you just mentioned that the FCATs he doesn't, and this he does. I mean, again, We have the assumption is that he gave full effort, and the consistent performance
Right.
is what we look at.
Right, and I'm not talking about his effort full on in that test. He could have very well have scored higher if his effort had been better in that test.
Well, we don't know that.
Right, well, you brought it up, so that's why I'm asking you.
Well, again, we take at face value what we have. We don't
So
we
what-
don't
okay.
we don't say it could have been higher, it could have been lower. It is what it is.
Well, before you interrupted me, the point I was making and the question I'm asking is, we have a test that he took at 8 years old where he doesn't have the same bias that he would have today sitting in this courtroom versus a test, the only other test that we have in front of us, the test you administered in the county jail, telling him that you're there trying to evaluate for mental health mitigation with him sitting there facing capital murder and potential death sentence. We have that test. So we have these two tests at the opposite ends of his life, correct?
Correct.
So we don't have IQ tests that could have been or should have been done throughout school multiple times tracking his intelligence and a much more, let's just say, environment that would be conducive to genuine effort, right?
Correct.
And his test at that time at 8 years old was an 81. You told us that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
That would rank him in the low average range, right?
Correct.
Just that score.
Correct.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor? May I have one moment, real quick? I have nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So before we do redirect, let's just take a quick 10-minute morning recess, okay? We'll be back.
All rise.
Okay, very good. Same as before, so you don't have to stay on the witness stand, but you just can't talk to anybody about anything related to the case on the break. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
could before the witness and the jury as well. I was going to ask the court, I think the next witness, if I'm not mistaken, is Rubino, is that correct?
Yes.
I was going to ask for if we could take a break, either lunch break, or if I could have an extended 15 to 20-minute break before he testifies. I need to consult with my expert witness, who I just retained, basically over the weekend. I just got Dr. Rubino's deposition late yesterday and provided it to him. He has not produced a report. He's given me a PowerPoint with multiple images on it. And I haven't really had a chance to communicate with my expert about it.
Okay. Then I have my doctor, if the court wants to call him out.
Dr. Collins?
Collins.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go with Collins?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can do Collins.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can at least do his direct. How long do you think you'll be on direct, Danny?
Probably 45 minutes.
Or maybe we could do that up to lunch or something.
Do
That's
what?
up to the court. We could do direct before lunch, and I could cross him after
Yeah, that's
lunch?
fine.
Okay, all right.
I do have a 1 o'clock, but I.
No, I know. So
no,
we're
I
just,
figured.
yes, it's fine. No, so you're going to do your redirect of Dr. Eisenstein, and then if you want to go ahead and call Collins out of order, that's fine. If you're ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, welcome back. All right, let's bring our jury in. Okay.
All rise. All jurors are in judge.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, and redirect, Ms. Toomey.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. All right, just want to follow up on a few things with you. The state indicated that pretty much every time you evaluate someone, that you always recommend brain scans. That's what the state had indicated to you.
Judge, I would object. I never said that. That's a misrepresentation.
All right, well, why don't you rephrase your question?
Do you recommend that everyone that you evaluate get an MRI or a CAT scan or a PET scan of their brain?
No.
Would you agree that individuals in your training and experience, individuals that have been charged with first-degree premeditated murder, have a lot of mental health problems?
Objection, leading.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Do a lot of people?
No. Individuals charged with first-degree premeditated murder.
Just generally speaking?
Yeah, leading in relevance.
Yeah, sustain the objection.
Would you come here and testify?
Objection. Self-serving.
Well, why don't you rephrase? Go ahead, rephrase. Ask your question.
Would you jeopardize your career?
Objection, Your Honor. Self-serving, improper, and leading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
Would you jeopardize your career and fabricate your testimony?
Absolutely not.
Is there any reason to believe that when you evaluated Davion Murphy and met with him those 7 times over 20 hours that he was faking?
No, he was not faking.
If you had been provided the police reports and any video evidence regarding the charges in this case, would that change your opinions that you offered today or yesterday?
No.
The state asked you questions about Davion Murphy's credibility during these evaluations that you performed. Do you recall that?
Correct.
The psychoeducational evaluation that was conducted when Davion was 8 years old, do you believe that is false?
No.
Have any reason to believe that was made up?
No.
What about the ESE courses? You think that a school would place a child in special courses for no reason?
No.
What about the IEP program?
Objection, vagueness, objection to speculation.
Just rephrase your question as to what?
Was Davion Murphy placed or given an IEP program in school?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer.
You can answer.
He was given IEPs every year, the same way that he was given.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. Go ahead.
The same way that he was given the FCATs as a means to measure, assess, and place him in the most appropriate academic setting.
Do you know what goes or is involved in obtaining or getting a child in an IEP program at school?
It certainly requires special evaluation and assessment and looking at the child in a more comprehensive manner.
And children aren't placed in these programs just willy-nilly, right?
Correct.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
The fact that Davion Murphy repeated the 4th grade, you think that's
Objection, Your
false?
Honor. Asked it, or outside of the scope of cross.
Rephrase your question.
Do you
Mr.
believe?
Sonardi, Ms. Toomey's got this, okay? Go ahead.
Did you review Davion Murphy's school records?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything in there for you to believe that it was false?
Judge, objection again to speculation.
Overruled. Just did you find any? Go ahead. You can answer.
No.
The fact that he repeated the 4th grade, you think that was fabricated?
No.
Objection, asked and
That
answered.
is sustained.
And the fact that he received a level 1 in reading in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade on the FCAT, do you believe that to be true?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to object that this has all been covered and correct. It's asked and answered.
I understand, but based upon the cross, go ahead. You can answer.
And in your experience, how long have you been doing this again? I apologize.
Over 40 years.
Oh, in your 40 years, and I think you said 30 years in evaluating defendants, or?
Correct.
How often in your career do you find defendants lying to the cops?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection. That's an improper question, Ms. Toomey.
Would that, hypothetically, if an individual lied to the cops, would that have any bearing on the evaluations and the opinions that you're offering for this jury today?
Objection, relevance.
He can answer. Go ahead.
No.
Adaptive behavior and adaptive functioning. Would you believe, or would you say that the adaptive behavior that was described by the state regarding this entire offense would be equivalent to having survival skills on the street.
Objection, speculation, vagueness.
What do you mean? You need to clarify. What do you mean by adaptive skills as to this whole case?
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yeah, come on up.
Do you recall the facts recited to you about how this offense occurred by the state when they were
Correct.
questioning you on direct? Does that change your opinions at all?
No.
The state addressed with you Davion Murphy's employment history. He had, 8 months at one place, one job, 6 months at another, and 2 months at another job. Is that the extent of pretty much his employment history?
Correct.
Would you say that substance abuse goes hand in hand with having mental health issues?
Correct.
Why is that?
Individuals that abuse substance generally self-medicate. Their psychological state is it's compromised. Feelings of depression, feelings of loneliness and anxiety that he all described. So it's very common, typical, that an individual will use substances because that will make them feel better. Of course, it's not controlled, but substances are like, in a certain sense, like taking medication or self-medication.
Self-medicating.
Correct.
And you met with Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, in person, right?
Correct.
Not by Zoom, right?
Correct.
And you met with him for over 20 hours, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, doctor. You're free to go. Okay, and I think we're going to be calling another witness out of order. So, Mr. Hernandez, on behalf of Rashad Murphy.
Your Honor, thank you. On behalf of Rashad Murphy, I would call Dr. Michael Collins.
Okay, very good. So let's let Dr. Eisenstein get his stuff packed up, and then you can step out.
Is it okay to stay while other witnesses in this case?
I don't have an objection. Does
Okay.
anyone object?
No objection from the state.
Sure.
Okay.
guys give me a approach really quick.
Yep. All right, come on up.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, very good. Ready to proceed? Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, could you state your name and your occupation?
Michael Collins, licensed psychologist.
And are you a forensic neuropsychologist?
Yes, with specialty training, I'm allowed to practice.
All these
forensic and
experts.
neuropsychology.
Okay. And if you could please tell the jury
At least he's licensed.
what exactly
Him.
is a forensic neuropsychologist?
Hello. As a forensic neuropsychologist, I've met all the state requirements to function as a licensed clinical psychologist first and foremost, and then through education and training, I've completed requirements to practice forensic psychology as well as neuropsychology. So it's really just additional training, specialized training on top of the standard training to be a clinical psychologist.
Dr. Collins, can you give us a brief history of your educational background?
Yes. I received a bachelor's degree from St. Cloud State University in psychology with a minor in biology. I obtained a PhD in clinical psychology, a specialization in neuropsychology from Nova Southeastern. I'm here in Florida. And then I completed a neuropsychology internship at the North Broward Medical Center. And I've completed neuropsychology postdoc requirements as well as forensic psychology postdoc requirements following my graduate school and formal internship training.
And what is your, tell us a little bit about your work history, the experience that you've had, and how long have you been practicing as a licensed psychologist?
I've been practicing as a licensed psychologist since 2015. Since then, the majority of my work has been in clinical neuropsychology, conducting neuropsychological assessments for individuals with cognitive dysfunction, or doing working on forensic cases, competency, sanity, risk assessment, mitigation, and so on.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of clinical or forensic neuropsychology?
Yes, many times.
Approximately how many times?
I would say, if you include trials and hearings, probably in the neighborhood of 100 times.
And were you asked to participate in this case by myself?
Yes.
Were you actually appointed by the court to testify and be a witness in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it is that you were asked to do with respect to this case, and specifically with respect to the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
I was asked to meet with the individual where he was in custody and complete a comprehensive psychological evaluation using both my skill in neuropsychology as well as my experience in forensic psychology.
Were you provided some records to familiarize yourself with the case
Yes.
and the defendant, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I was.
Can you summarize what documents you were provided?
There was several records from the Hillsborough County Jail. They were both medical records as well as some educational records from there, as well as an arrest record, and then just the appointment for me to join the case.
Were you made familiar generally about the facts of the case?
Yes.
And were you also given information about the defendant, Rashad Murphy, and his background?
Yes.
You said you met with, or did you in fact meet with Mr. Murphy at the jail?
Yes, I met with him on 2 different occasions.
Okay. And approximately how many hours did you spend in the 2 occasions that you met with Mr. Murphy?
Each visit was about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Now, is meeting with the defendant, is there more than one purpose? Is to talk to him, to find out if he's cooperative? Would that be one of the things that you would want to determine?
Yes, certainly. The individual's willingness to be forthcoming and cooperative with the evaluation is critical to any opinion that I can draw.
Now, in addition to just interviewing him, talking to him, were there certain tests that you were that you felt necessary to conduct?
Yes, I conducted several different tests with him. I screened for his cognitive skills. I looked at his effort and any presence of possible malingering, and then I specifically looked at factors related to possible trauma or stress that he has endured.
And was Mr. Murphy cooperative with you?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned, and we can go back to it more specifically, but you mentioned one of the things would be to determine whether or not there was any malingering going on, correct?
Correct.
And did you find any evidence that he was in any way malingering?
No. My opinion that I took away after meeting with him was that he put forth his best effort, and any measures that I administered, he was able to pass, showing that there was no signs of poor effort on his behalf.
Now, if you could go a little into detail about the different tests that you conducted to give the jury an idea of what each test, what is the purpose of each test, and what your findings were.
Yes. There's really 3 different levels of the testing that I completed for this evaluation. One was really just a basic cognitive screening to get some type of understanding of what his cognitive functioning would be, and if there would be any cognitive factors that would potentially be of interest for the case. He completed both a cognitive screening that looks at various cognitive domains, as well as a pre-morbid intellectual test. Both of those measures came back as average functioning, indicating his overall intellectual skills were in the average range, and there was no red flags with regards to any of the cognitive screening that I conducted. I also administered multiple measures of effort and malingering testing. Those are important just to ensure that the results that I'm getting during the evaluation can be indeed considered to be valid and reliable, and that his reporting to me can be considered to be accurate. And then specifically for this case, I conducted some measures in relation to his mental condition. In this case, it was post-traumatic stress disorder, and so I administered multiple checklists as well as conducted a comprehensive interview with the defendant in order to feel for how significant were there any events that brought on trauma, and would this be something that would be, relevant to what I was asked to do in this evaluation.
Now, I will ask you a little bit more specifically about what you just mentioned, the post-traumatic stress disorder. But in addition to the test, you interview him, correct?
Correct.
And is part of the interview information about his background, his childhood, the environment that he grew up in, things of that nature?
Yes, that is a portion of the clinical interview that I conduct.
Okay. And do you compare what he's telling you to the records that you were either provided with from the jail or from other sources?
Yes, when they're available, I can, yes.
Okay. And did you find any inconsistencies between what he told you and what the records reflected?
No inconsistencies that I was aware of.
Now, what did you find out about the background that he grew up in, the environment, the community that he grew up in?
His upbringing, I think, would be considered to be turbulent in that he was in an unstable household. His father was in his life for portions of his life. He had a good relationship with his mother, but his mother had substance abuse issues. She had a hard enough time managing her own well-being, taking care of herself, let alone trying to care for children. So his upbringing in his early years, I think, would be considered to be pretty turbulent. And then at one point, I want to say around the age of 8, he enters into the foster system, where that goes on for a few years. And then, based on what he reports, what I'm aware of, he was exposed to several more traumatic and stressful situations while he was in the foster care system.
Before we get to that, what type of father figure did he have?
His father was in and out of his life. His father had his own issues, I think, particular to mental health. There was also some concerns about his mother with mental health and also substance abuse issues. But from the way it was described to me is that his father was in and out of his life, and that his father could be abusive at times in the household.
Abusive towards him and his mother?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did his mother have a remarried or had another significant other that became part of the household in which Mr. Murphy grew up in, the stepfather?
Yes, I'm aware that there was a stepfather that was part of his life growing up as well.
Was there also evidence of physical abuse during that relationship?
Yes, that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, you mentioned foster home. Do you recall how old he was when he was actually placed in a foster home?
I believe it was him and his younger brother were both put into foster care. I believe that he was in school at the time that he was taken from the school, brought into foster care. And then he was in that system for, like I said, multiple years. And he had described some of the families that he had lived with as being abusive towards him and his brother.
So even after he was taken out of his house, his family home, and placed into foster care, did you determine that he actually had faced additional physical abuse while in foster care?
Yes, physical as well as mental abuse.
You mentioned his mother, that he loved his mother. Were you able to determine if his mother had a drug addiction problem?
From what I understand, his mother had both mental and substance abuse issues, and it impacted her, being a mother and her ability to take care of her children.
Are you, from your records and from your interview, did you determine if Mr. Murphy had any male role model in his life?
He was close with his grandfather, and I know that as he got older and he was involved in sports, he had a good relationship with coaches through high school.
Are you familiar with, did you gather information about the neighborhood, the community that he grew up in when he wasn't in foster care?
From what I understand, it was a pretty tough neighborhood with violence throughout the area that he grew up in.
Are you familiar with an incident that happened in 2023 when he was shot at?
Yes, I'm aware.
Please tell the jury about that.
In 2023, I believe he was in a car and another vehicle or somebody came by and they shot at the vehicle, I want to say like several dozen times.
What did you do? Were you able to determine his relationship with his fiance, his relationship with his children, and his relationship with his siblings? Are you able to provide any information about that?
Based on what he told me, he has been in a relationship with the same woman since high school. I want to say like 15 or 16 years. They had, I want to say, 4 children together, and then that they were also helping take care of his younger brothers after his mother passed.
Are you familiar with other childhood friends, or some of his childhood friends that were actually killed?
Yes, he told me that.
And these are things that he experienced?
Yes.
You mentioned, I think you said PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. Please tell the jury what exactly that is.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental condition that's diagnosed by psychologists like myself as well as psychiatrists. It is a mental disorder that is unique to other mental disorders in that for PTSD there must be a known etiology. The known etiology is the stressful event that then perpetuates the symptoms after that. For PTSD, you need to experience the symptoms for a number of months, and it's considered to be a chronic condition in that it's not a condition that just goes away. It's like a disease. It's a condition that can act up and be severe, but then, through treatment, through medication, it can start to remit and it can settle down and stabilize some, but a lot of that is really just depends on the type of treatment that the individual engages in. So PTSD, it's a mental condition. The unique part of it is that there's an etiology. There may not necessarily be a known etiology to other mental health conditions, but for PTSD, we're able to identify an etiology or multiple.
Is that what you have or what is your diagnosis with respect to to Rashad Murphy after reviewing records and conducting tests and interviewing him?
I diagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, I think you've already said, is it something that can be cured?
I wouldn't say cured. It can be treated, and based on treatment, the symptoms can stabilize or they can remit, but you should really look at PTSD the way you look at any other type of disease, in that the disease state can have periods where it's more active and severe, and then with proper treatment, the condition can stabilize and become less severe.
If you suffer from PTSD, is it something that can affect your judgment in making day-to-day decisions?
Yes, it could.
And on the same lines, does it limit your judgment with respect to decision-making?
It could, yes.
And is it something that can limit insight into clinical conditions and legal problems?
Yes, it could.
Is there anything in your analysis, evaluation, that would indicate that Mr. Murphy, that this PTSD condition is something recent, or is it something that would go back to the childhood and all the trauma that he's experienced?
So in this case, the first known events date way back into childhood. So those would be the first events that would, trigger the diagnosis. Now, as he's gotten older, he's been exposed to more incidents of deaths, more incidents of violence. Those would just be additional stressors on top of the origin of where the PTSD stems from.
Now, I would like to show you some exhibits and ask if you're familiar with them. I'm going to obviously take one at a time. I have
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you seeking
May I
to
approach?
admit? Are you seeking to admit?
I am seeking to admit Defense Composite Exhibit 1, Defense Composite Exhibit 2, and Defense Composite Exhibit 3.
Okay, admitted.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what has been admitted into evidence.
Well, do you want to put it on the Elmo or?
Oh, well, I was just going to show it.
Well, it's been admitted, so you can go straight to publishing it.
How do you adjust the size?
I'm sorry. My glasses off, I wouldn't be like that.
Okay.
So that's why.
Okay. If, okay. Sir, if you could look at the screen, and this is a Defense Exhibit number 1, and I'd ask if you could identify it.
This is a high school diploma for Rashad Murphy.
Okay. And related to that, part of the composite exhibit, do you recognize or having seen that before?
This is an official GED transcript.
And does this indicate or support what Mr. Rashad told you, that he did complete his GED requirements and got his high school diploma while incarcerated at the Hillsborough County Jail?
Yes.
Now, I'm also going to show you defense exhibit number 2, which is sort of a different category, but I'm going to have to take them pretty much one by one to see if you recognize these documents.
Yes. 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 Yes.
So far, these exhibits that I've shown you, what do they represent?
Religious coursework that he was completing while he was in custody.
Okay. And are you aware that he also taught some classes to some inmates, Bible classes?
I'm not sure if I heard that before.
Okay. Also, were there also other parenting classes and things of that nature that you're aware that he, Mr. Murphy, completed?
Yes, I'm aware that he completed those while in
Would
custody.
it be, so in addition to religious, Bible studies, things of that nature, you aware that he also has been active in taking a series of self-help classes while in custody?
Yes.
And this is defense exhibit number 3. Does that suggest 15 hours of parenting skills instruction?
Yes.
And when I refer to self-help, would this be another one of those types of classes?
Yes, I believe so.
As well as this one being emotional regulation?
Yes.
And this one would be Alcoholics Anonymous for the general population?
Yes.
Do this activity that Mr. Murphy has participated in while in custody, would it suggest that he has taken a as positive approach as you can when you are in custody?
I'm not sure everything that he was offered, but it does show that he put forth effort to completing some of these educational requirements while he was there that he would see to be helpful.
Did you see any records whatsoever that he has been a problem while in custody?
None that I'm aware of.
Do you have any opinion as to whether if he spends the rest of his life, be sentenced to life in prison, that he would be a troublemaker or otherwise, as opposed to a troublemaker, someone who would be a positive influence to other inmates?
It's impossible for me to predict the future. Certainly he would be encouraged to put forth the same effort in any correctional setting, to participate in their mental health services, to participate in any parenting programs, to participate in any religious programs. those are services that should be available that, would be recommended for him to continue doing going forward.
Backing up a little bit, before he was incarcerated, did you determine, do you have an opinion or able to determine if he pursued lawful employment?
Yes, he had reported that he had worked with several different companies, one being a family-owned company, and I know that they were seeking out housing for him and his family prior to his arrest.
And did he, any indication that he, and I think at one point, did he also work for his grandfather's lawn service?
Yes, that was the family company.
Are you aware about him helping raise his younger siblings, including working jobs at a young age to provide financial support for them?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. And are you aware of, or made inquiry and made a determination if he was in fact has been a good father to his children?
In terms of what's been reported to me, yes.
And are you aware, sir, that the defendant, Mr. Murphy, has no prior felony convictions?
Yes, I'm aware.
Now, and maybe you've answered it, but I want to make it clear. The defendant's history of being raised in a violent environment and the abuse that you've testified about, are all these consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, as far as I know, these are events that occurred in childhood and then persisted through adolescence and adulthood.
What type of treatment do you believe would benefit Mr. Murphy in his condition?
There's really a couple of different options, one being more the therapy option, which I would certainly recommend an intensive individual therapy, trauma-informed with a licensed practitioner that's well-versed in treating PTSD and other severe anxiety and stress disorders. I would also suggest just a psychiatric consultation to meet with a psychiatrist and talk about what some of the possible effective medications that would be available for him.
Now, sir, in addition to your diagnosis that you've already provided to the jury, in reviewing records, did you determine that this diagnosis of PTSD was already diagnosed by the Hillsborough County Jail?
Yes, I'm aware.
When arrested, are you aware that at that time that he was arrested, he was raising 6 children?
Yes.
And actually was working, receiving, or with the help of food stamps, basically trying to financially support 6 children plus his fiancée?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Doctor, you are, just to clear this up a little, you're not a medical doctor, correct?
That's correct.
Not a psychiatrist?
That's correct.
Okay, so in fact, one of the things you're recommending for the defendant is that he have a psychiatric consultation for evaluation for potential medical treatment?
Yes.
Which would include medications?
That would be up to the...
Well, potentially include medications.
Potentially.
Yeah. So let me ask you about the Hillsborough County records that counsel asked you about. He asked you, didn't the Hillsborough County jail records, medical records, indicate he'd already been diagnosed with PTSD?
The records had shown that they had previously treated him for anxiety and depression.
Okay. So, and that could be a result or a causative effect from PTSD?
There's many overlapping symptoms between PTSD, a general anxiety disorder, a depressive disorder. A lot of the symptoms do overlap.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that depression is not uncommon in people who are incarcerated in the jail awaiting trial or awaiting sentencing?
Certainly situational depression or adjustment disorders would be common for individuals that are, maybe in custody, they have pending legal situations and whatnot.
Right, so that's a common diagnosis in a jail setting, like the Hillsborough County Jail or the Broward County Jail from your home county?
Yes, you're going to see a lot of those types of mental health conditions treated in those settings.
Right, that's something not uncommon and not unexpected for someone in Mr. Murphy's shoes who was facing trial on a capital murder case, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Murphy told you, and you indicated in your report, I just need to find where I highlighted it. He reported, and I'm looking at page 2 of your report, Doctor, in the second to last full paragraph. He indicated with regards to his medical issues, he reported he is healthy with no serious health problems. He reported his primary stress now is in relation to his legal case, right?
Correct.
And he reported to you that he has suffered from anxiety and depression. He's now in the jail taking medication for depression and anxiety while in jail. Just reading from your report.
Yes.
Okay. And just to add on to that, anxiety is also not an uncommon event for people who are incarcerated in the jail setting awaiting trial or sentencing.
In general, depression and anxiety are the most common mental health diagnoses, not just in correctional settings, but just in the general population.
And your testing of Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, for premorbid intelligence and cognitive status is that he's functioning in the average range.
That's correct.
Mr. Murphy also reported to you that prior to his arrest, and this is what you have in your report, I'm sorry, let me draw your attention, page 3 of 7.
Okay.
That he was fully independent when he was out in the community before his arrest.
Correct.
You've indicated he drove a vehicle and he could support himself.
Correct.
And he could support his family independently, is what you wrote in your report.
Correct.
He had indicated to you, and from what you learned in this case, he was a very good athlete when he was in high school.
That's what he told me, yes.
He excelled at football, I believe.
Yes.
And he, in fact, he had dropped out of school in the 10th grade because he wasn't allowed to play football anymore or participate.
Correct.
Okay. And then he was able, here in the Hillsborough County Jail, to get his high school diploma.
Yes.
As far as his work as an adult, he indicated to you that he has worked for his grandfather's business, a family-owned business, doing construction, plumbing, and I believe some lawn services.
Yes.
Okay. And he also reported to you that he'd worked for Amazon?
Yeah.
You did administer, well, first you did a diagnostic interview, correct?
Correct.
And you made behavioral observations. You administered the pre-morbid intelligence test, the word choice effort test, the reliable digit span test, and then a brief cognitive status examination. Is that right?
Yes.
You also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Yes.
Went through a life events checklist with him.
Yes.
And then you did a PTSD checklist 5.
Yes.
Now, is that going through the 5 diagnostic criteria from the DSM?
Yes.
Okay. How many diagnostic criteria are there in the DSM-5? TR, I would assume you're utilizing.
The one that I have here is the DSM-5.
That's fine.
Yeah, there's several different criteria. There's a criteria A, a criteria B, C, D, E, F, and H.
How many of the criteria are you finding in this case with Mr. Murphy?
So for each criteria, or excuse me, for each area, there's a certain number of criteria that are met. So for example, with criteria A, exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, sexual violence, I found that he had both witnessed and experienced episodes of life-threatening violence in his lifetime, dating back to childhood as well as some episodes in adulthood.
How many criteria are underneath that subheading?
There's 4 different possibilities. You don't necessarily need to have all 4 of them, but there's 4 different ones. Directly experiencing, witnessing, learning about traumatic events, and then experiencing or extreme exposure to the aversive details of a traumatic event.
Okay. So are you familiar with the diagnostic criteria of the DSM-4 that was existed?
The previous?
Yes.
Yeah, and I just want to note that there's significant changes from 425.
And that's what I was going to ask you about. That learning about traumatic experiences, that is an expansion of the DSM-5 that didn't exist in the DSM-4. Is that right?
Yes, this is something that was added when they got together. When the authors for the DSM-5 got together, they made some, I guess we would say, tweaks to the previous diagnostic criteria for PTSD.
A lot of those criteria had existed in the DSM-4, the DSM-3, and prior editions, but the DSM-5, and they've been labeled differently, but that one of learning about trauma through some other source, someone telling someone that maybe they experienced trauma in combat or something like that, is sufficient to cause PTSD. That is an expansion that was new to the DSM-5. Is that right?
Right. It's a change from 4 to 5.
And then going to, I guess it would be B.
Right, and B is the presence of one or more of the following intrusive symptoms of PTSD. It can be recurrent in involuntary or intrusive or distressing memories, recurrent distressing dreams, dissociative reactions, intense or prolonged distress and exposure, and then marked physiological reactions.
And do you find any of those to exist?
Yes, for in this case, nightmares, insomnia, those are both reported to me. No presence of dissociative reactions, but certainly 1 and 2, the distressing memories as well as nightmares.
So dissociative reactions, what would that be that you're saying he doesn't have?
So that is a dissociative reaction is when somebody may create kind of like a fantasy type setting that they use to distract themselves from the reality of what their stressful situation is in the moment. So when people talk about dissociation, it's a way that they cope with extreme stress in the moment as opposed to facing it, they dissociate.
And then what are the next two, I guess, subcategories?
The next one is persistent avoidance of stimuli associated with the traumatic events, and then negative alternations in cognitions and mood.
And you found those to exist?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, you were provided some records. You were provided educational records and medical records from the Hillsborough County Jail staff, correct?
Correct.
And we saw some of that here. We saw the diploma where he was able to get his high school diploma while in the jail.
Yes.
Did you receive any records related to his time, the 3 years he spent in foster care? Any kind of Department of Children and Families or the old HRS?
I don't believe so.
So would it be fair to say that your diagnosis of the traumatic events being the, did you call it etiology?
Etiology.
Etiology, which would be the events that are really what causes the subsequent PTSD? Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So the events that occurred or he experienced or saw, witnessed while he was in foster care, it's your opinion that it is those events that are now causing these symptoms of PTSD?
I would say that would be the initial onset.
The initial onset. That's how you would term that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the existence of the causative initial onset, that would be, if I'm understanding you correctly, and you correct me if I'm wrong, solely based on his self-reporting to you, correct?
Yes, initially his self-reporting. I have since reviewed the mitigation report as well.
Okay. Now that's a mitigation report prepared by someone who is employed by Mr. Hernandez?
Miss Adams.
Miss Adams, okay.
Yes.
And did she summarize in there anything that you relied upon, or?
Not necessarily that I relied upon, but I did review it. It was consistent with what I had gathered during my assessment.
Are these statements being made by, does it include statements being made by someone else or family members?
Family members.
Okay, but you yourself, you didn't interview any of those family members?
No.
So now, you administered several measures or tests or scales that test for effort and malingering, correct?
Yes.
Did you measure or test for malingering as far as your mental status exam or your, I'm sorry, first of all, let's start with your diagnostic interview.
The The diagnostic interview is really just based on my interview with him as well as substantiation from any other records.
Okay. And that's when he's reporting to you as the historian of what occurred or what he saw when he was in foster care.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. So you're relying upon his credibility and his reliability as a historian for that information. Would that be accurate?
Yes, anytime I conduct a clinical interview, I'm relying on the individual that's giving me that information.
Now, Mr. Hernandez asked if you had some limited information from the underlying crimes in this case in general, the investigation of this case. I see on your report you have an indictment in relation to this case?
Correct.
So you know what the charges were against the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And are you now aware of what this jury has convicted him of?
Yes.
Okay. And other than convicting him of attempted second-degree murder on those 3 attempted murder counts, everything else would be the same, and you're aware of exactly what he is now currently been convicted of?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Other than the indictment, are you aware of any of the underlying facts of the case?
Only what's been provided of me. To me.
Have you seen, or has it been provided to you, the videos that depict the actual murder itself?
No.
The videos or images that depict the defendant's appearance during the time of the murder?
No.
Are you aware of the very violent nature of the murder and how the murder occurred?
To some degree, I'm aware.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the defendant and his co-defendants transported multiple weapons to the crime scene and fired multiple weapons simultaneously during this event?
I don't think I was aware of that, no.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that the defendant was firing a fully automatic weapon?
No, I was not aware.
And it was being fired in fully automatic mode, rapid fire? You're not aware of that?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that his co-defendant was standing just feet away from him shooting an AR-15 chambered in 5.56 NATO at a fairly high semi-automatic cyclical rate?
No.
You would agree with me, I'm assuming you have some knowledge of 9mm pistols and AR-15 rifles and the percussion and the sound that they cause when they're fired?
Yes.
And if it's a dark or dimly lit area, or if it's just night and you're in an area that has ambient lighting, it's still going to result in
Overruled, go ahead.
Still going to result in muzzle flashes. You would agree with that? In addition to percussion?
Yes.
And burning gunpowder and smoke?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that the defendant, after this murder, after leaving the city of Tampa and returning back to Jacksonville, to his home city, that he shortly thereafter drove one of the vehicles used in the murder and fled the state?
No.
And were you aware, or were you given any of the details about the subsequent interview of the defendant that occurred at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No.
Now, if a defendant is interviewed within, say, month and a half of the offense date, and he's being interviewed by the police, is that something that you would want to consider as a neuropsychologist, as far as it goes to the reliability of that person as a historian? Maybe look at them being pressure tested in an interview setting like that?
You know, in terms of records, I'm always open to review any records. The degree to which they're going to impact my opinion, I don't really know until I see them.
Okay. Now, the records, those records were not provided to you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And there was no request made by you or your office for those records, right?
Correct.
If the defendant in the interview with detectives who are interviewing him about this case lied to the detectives, would that be something that you would have considered in evaluating the credibility of the defendant as your major historian in this case?
It could be based on what the information was.
Okay. And if the defendant lied to the police multiple times and then started changing the lies to comport with evidence he was being confronted with, would that also potentially be significant?
It's hard to say how significant it would be on my opinion, because my opinion is rooted in his mental health condition. So whether that would relate to any mental health issues that I'm exploring during my evaluation, it's just, I can only say maybe.
Okay. You would agree with me that the depictions of what occurred, the etiology, am I saying that right? Etiology?
Etiology, yes.
The etiology of this PTSD that you've diagnosed the defendant with, what he actually saw and experienced is coming directly from the defendant's mouth. You may have some documents where he has told other people something similar. Is that right?
What's the question?
Well, let me rephrase. The major source of it is the defendant.
Yes. Anytime I'm conducting an evaluation with a person trying to determine their condition, my primary source is going to be that individual, their responding, their results, their information, and whatnot.
The defendant, just jumping, I don't mean to jump around, but going back to what he related to you about school, he told you he got good grades, right?
I believe so, yes.
May have one moment.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Free to go.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Members of the jury, it's a little after, it's 12:05, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. We're going to reconvene today at 1:30, all right? So just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. Don't read, watch, listen to any news or social media posts. See you back here at 1:30.
All rise. All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. All right, so we come back at 1:30. It's going to be your next doctor, correct? Okay, and then do you have additional witnesses after that?
There's 2 inmates, yes.
Okay. And are they appearing in person or via Zoom? Okay. And then you're going to rest?
Yes.
Okay. And then who do you...
Your Honor, I have 2 more family members, but I do have Winston Murphy, who Ms. Tooney's calling. I am also calling.
Right.
But I spoke to Mr. Harmon, and we're thinking it would be more expeditious for me to do my direct examination while he's on the stand.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. And finally, Your Honor, I have a stipulation signed by myself and Mr. Harmon that at some point I would like the jury to read it to the jury.
Okay.
And
Very good. When jury comes back, I'll read the stipulation. And then, okay, so it sounds like everyone's going to have rested by close of business today, is what I'm hearing.
So,
That was my next question, so.
right?
We are working on, I wanted to confirm with the court to have an expert here first thing in the morning, but I wanted to remind the court, Dr. Glickstein, as far as I know, still is not available until 1 tomorrow.
So how many rebuttal witnesses do you have?
I have Dr. Werner, who will be rebutting as to Isaiah Chance and Mr. Davion Murphy, and possibly to Rashad Murphy, to this testimony of these witnesses.
Okay.
And then Dr. Glickstein. So that's going to be it.
Okay. What's your best estimate on your first witness, how long he's going to be on the stand?
It's a she. Dr. Werner, I would say an hour and a half of direct, hour and 15, hour and a half of direct, and then whatever cross. And the cross, I could handle all defendants in the same direct, which is, I assume, what the court wants me to do. And then Ms. Toomey and Mr. Petrides can cross her, and if necessary, Mr. Hernandez. I'm still not sure whether she's rendering opinions as to Mr. Rashad Murphy. So.
Okay. So about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 on the stand.
Yeah. It's going to give us a little bit of time.
Well, we can start a little later tomorrow morning, just so the jury's not just hanging around for hours over a lunch break.
Okay.
So, and then after your 1 o'clock, doctor, then you would rest?
Yes.
For your rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's fine. Then the only issue is whether or not we're going to start doing closing arguments tomorrow afternoon once you rest. I'm inclined to. So, which means we need to go over the jury instructions, which means I really need your list of non-statutory mitigators. Okay? So, please email them to me or my JA no later than 3 o'clock today. All right? Okay, very good. See you all back here at 1:30.
next? Dr. Rubino. Okay. All right, very good. Let's bring in our jury. Let's bring in our jury.
Yes, sir. All rise.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. And we are ready to proceed. Ms. Toomey, call your next witness.
The defense would call Dr. Rubino.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good. You may proceed, Ms. Toomey.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full legal name for the record?
Mark Patrick Rubino.
And what do you do?
I'm an adult neurologist.
And could you give us some idea of your background, your training?
All right. Well, a long time ago, I went to Northeastern Ohio University's College of Medicine, now called Northeastern Ohio Medical University, as part of a 6-year BS&D program. I went to my BS at Kent State and my MD in 6 years.
Okay.
And then I went on to do my transitional residency at Akron City Hospital, and then my neurology residency at USF here in Tampa.
And how long have you been practicing neurology?
26 years.
And do you have any licenses?
I'm licensed in the state of Florida.
And are you in private practice?
I am.
And have you ever been allowed to offer an opinion or give an opinion in the field of neurology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
82, 83, something like that.
In state court and federal court, or?
State and federal, yes, but all in Florida.
And doctor, what's a neurologist?
A neurologist is a doctor who is trained in disorders of the brain, spinal cord, nerve, and muscle. So I deal with everything from dementias, head injuries, Parkinson's disease, movement disorders, Huntington's disease, spine disorders, MS, seizures, peripheral neuropathy, balance problems, and unfortunately a lot of pain too.
And so then you have clinical patients that you see on a daily or weekly basis, I assume?
Yes,
And were you retained by my office in this case?
I was.
And what were you tasked with doing?
To evaluate neurologically, I think specifically because he had some head injuries, I was tasked to find something to order some imaging.
Okay, and did you actually meet with Davion Murphy?
I did meet with Mr. Murphy, yes.
Okay, and was that at the jail?
At the jail here in Tampa, yes.
And did you do some type of evaluation or something with him?
I did a history and I did a neurological examination.
And tell us what that is. What did you do?
A neurological examination is different than a general physical exam because it focuses on the nervous system. The first part is called mental status. Then I'll assess cranial nerves, which are the nerves coming out of your brain to your head. And then the rest of the motor system, like arms and legs. I test for motor strength, tone, sensory examination, coordination, and gait, which is the ability to walk.
Approach the witness. Well, actually, Judge, I think the state would be stipulating to the introduction of Defense Exhibit 4.
We do, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, very good. Be admitted.
Thank you. These gadgets. Is this what you're kind of talking about?
Well, this is the first part, the mental status. So I do a standardized test for the mental status called a MOCA, Montreal Cognitive Assessment. And this is how he did.
So in that first section, the visuospatial or executive functioning, what was Mr. Murphy asked to do?
He was asked to complete the trails, which is the first task on the upper left side, where you're supposed to connect the 1 to the A to the 2, and connect the rest of them in the same pattern that's been established.
And then what about the cube?
You're supposed to copy the cube.
And how did he fare on both of these tests?
He did the trails okay, but the cube was not good at all.
Okay. And then draw a clock, how do you do on that?
The clock he did okay, except the hands, he couldn't figure out exactly where the 11 went on 10 past 11.
Okay, and is there a number of points that are assessed or given to each one of these different tasks?
Yes, on the clock, the contour of the clock is a point. The numbers apart on it, that's a 2, although one can argue his spacing is off because there's a lot of space in it between the 1 and the 2 and the 2 and the 3, but I gave it to him. And the hands, that's what he failed, is the hands.
Okay. And then, looks like you got 3 out of 5 on that. Points.
On naming, because he was able to name the lion, the rhinoceros, and the camel.
I'm talking about here, the first.
Oh, yeah, 3 out of 5 on the.
3 out of 5.
Yes.
And then on the naming.
He named the animals correctly.
3 out of 3. And then the memory portion. Tell us about what that is.
The memory portion is I give him the 5 words: face, velvet, church, daisy, and red. And I'll say that 3 or 4 times and have him repeat it to me. And then I'll say, I'm going to ask you these. I'm going to ask this of you in a few minutes if we do the rest of the test.
And how did you do on that?
He ended up getting 4 out of 5 right.
And then you have something here that's called attention.
Yes.
What's that for?
This is where I tell him to repeat numbers, and I'll give him the numbers. First one is forward order, and the second one is reverse order, backwards.
Okay. And the points on that one?
He couldn't get he didn't do the one that was in reverse.
Okay. And then you've got language, abstraction, delayed recall, and orientation. Is this your initial evaluation kind of thing that you do, or is this something different?
This is part of the mental status component of the neurological examination.
And do you do that in the beginning or towards the end after you?
I do that in the beginning of the neurological portion of things.
All right. What else do you do in addition to this? Is there some type of exercises with the arms and hands or something?
Well, then I test his cranial nerves.
Okay, tell us about that.
So the cranial nerve is going to be testing for the nerves that go to your face and directions of your head. Part of that is going to be oculomotor, which is the eyes. So I'll have him follow my finger as I draw an H, and I'll watch his eye movements. And his eye movements, he had some jerking in his eyes. I couldn't call it nystagmus, but it was really bizarre. I've never really seen it before, but it's abnormal.
And how did you do that test?
I draw an H and have him fall. I draw an H with my finger and have him track my finger with his head sitting still.
So can you demonstrate for us?
Yes. Just follow my finger. check for convergence.
Is that similar to the horizontal gaze nystagmus test administered in DUIs, or similar?
It's going to be similar because they're looking for the same thing.
What is that?
Nystagmus.
Which is?
Jerking of the eyes. There's usually a fast and slow component. It was close to nystagmus, but you had no fast and slow. It's all the same component. It's all just jerky.
And you had no reason to believe that Davion Murphy was under the influence of anything?
No, he was not. I mean, he's in jail, but I didn't think he was under the influence of anything.
And you said you've never seen that before? Is that what you said?
It was just bizarre.
Okay.
I've been looking at a lot of eyes, and I haven't seen him jerk quite like that.
But you have seen eyes that have jerked?
Yes.
And what is that a symptom of?
It's usually, it could be one of two things. One would be if he's currently experiencing vertigo, that can cause some nystagmus, but he wasn't having any vertigo. So the other thing that causes it is be disruption in the brainstem, where the oculomotor nuclei exist. There's going to be some disruption to it. And usually you see that in people with brain injury is that they don't just damage their cortex or cerebral hemispheres, they damage their whole brain.
Okay. What other kind of physical testing or examinations did you do?
Next, I assessed his motor examination,
Okay.
where I have him resist deltoids, biceps, arm, wrist flexors and extensors, and hand intrinsics, leg flexor, leg extensor, quadriceps extensor, and foot dorsiflexion. And then he had 5 out of 5 of that. He was full strength, no weakness. But when I checked his tone was elevated. Now, let me explain
What does that mean? You say his tone
What's
was
that mean?
elevated? Yes.
So I have him, with one arm, have him draw a circle, sort of like this, while I then work with the other hand, trying to have him relax. While he was doing this, he was unable to relax and exhibited a tone increase, and contrary to both sides. Most people, when you do that, they can relax because they're fully capable. He wasn't able to do that.
So what is that indicative of?
Upper motor neuron, basically somewhere in his brain is not working right.
Okay. Did you administer any other physical tests? And if you need to refer to your report, you're
Let me
more
look
than
at
welcome.
the-
Just tell me.
Let's look at this here. Then I did reflexes,
Okay.
deep tendon reflexes, which I use my reflex hammer and tap on his tendons and places.
And what did that tell you? If anything.
Well, he had normal reflexes in his arms, 2 out of 5. In his legs, in his patellas, he had 3 out of 5, but his ankle jerks were 1 out of 5. And he also had a cross adductor.
A what? I'm sorry.
It's called a cross adductor.
Okay. What is that?
It's a pathological reflex.
Which means?
It means that he has an upper motor neuron problem. And basically, upper motor neuron is meaning spinal cord or brain.
Okay.
There's a problem. And the increased reflexes in patella and decreased in his ankle jerks tells me that something else is going on.
What do you mean?
Well, then I did a sensory examination, and he had sensory loss, all compatible for a polyneuropathy.
You say polyneuropathy?
Yes, polyneuropathy.
And what does that mean?
He has something going on that's causing him to develop nerve damage in his legs that eventually is going to give him numbness, tingling, and balance problems in the future.
And do you attribute that to anything?
Well, considering he's 5'11" and 300 pounds, I would, if I'm a betting man, he's at least pre-diabetic.
Okay. But that has nothing to do with any of the other physical examinations that you conducted.
Correct.
Did you do anything else?
I ordered MRI with DTI, neuroquant, and I did a CT PET.
Okay, let's talk about that. Can
Okay.
you, what's a CT PET? What is that?
A PET scan is a nuclear study. It basically, what happens is a radio-labeled sugar is administered. Well, your brain, well, sugar, it's glucose. Glucose is a type of sugar. It's the main sugar that your brain uses. As a matter of fact, it's the primary food your brain needs. Only other thing that uses glucose, they either use glucose or ketones in starvation, but glucose is what it uses.
Okay, so the person is injected with some kind of sugar?
It's radioactive glucose, basically. That's a simple way of saying it. Radio labeled means radioactive. Medical grade. Anyhow, this is injected into in the body, and they track it as it goes into the brain. They do a CT first, so they have something to map it on. That's why I call it CT PET. Otherwise, it'd just be a blob in space. So they map it onto a CT, and the parts of the brain that uses glucose is going to be the cortex. The cortex is where the neuron cell bodies exist. Neurons cell bodies give rise to axons. Axons don't use any sugar.
What's the purpose of an axon?
Axon is as important as part of this neuron. Axon is the part that traverses to other
They connect?
They connect synapses at the end of this axon. It's part
And
of the
communicate with other parts of the brain?
Yeah, it's the wire.
The wires, okay. All right. And then, could you explain that one? The CT PET, so is that?
Well, I'm still.
Sorry, go ahead.
So the cortex should light up, and all the cortex should be relatively the same intensity of sugar used because it's all doing the same thing, all being used.
Okay. And then the MRI DTI?
We did an MRI and DTI. I never did get a neuroquant. That wasn't provided.
So tell us what an MRI DTI is.
MRI is going to be a little different. It tells us about structure. Structure would be, if you had a brain tumor, I would be able to see it. If you had a stroke, I would be able to see it. DTI is a little bit different, where it stands for diffusion tensor imaging. And this uses MRI technology to try to tease out water flow. And water flow is basically how axons show up on MRI. And there's a hole in the axons. It'll show us a hole in the DTI.
Okay, so you ordered those two different scans for Davion Murphy.
Those are those are
scans.
two different scans.
Okay, and
MRI and CT PET.
Did you make a PowerPoint in order to go through these scans to explain your findings?
I did.
Okay, and is that the first page of your PowerPoint?
That'd be the first one. It'll be on my name and what it is.
All right, so this is the first image, and maybe
I had some controls here, but they're gone now.
you got here. If I can approach Judge. So will this assist you in helping explain what's going on in some of these images?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So,
No objection to its use, Judge.
Okay.
this part, this first image is a slice right about through here, to the very top of it.
Go to the next one.
Well, I need. Can I have my pointer back?
Your pointer?
There's supposed to be a pointer here. It was on here, but it's gone.
Oh. That was my mouse.
There it is.
Okay. Well, that's
Well,
me.
if you need to stand up to point something out to the jury, you can do so, okay? 'Cause
Oh. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. This is very important, this scan right here. This red.
Judge, can we have a question posed to the witness?
Yes, what's next question?
What does that red dot on the left side of the screen indicate to you?
That indicates that that's what brain is supposed to look like.
Okay.
The red is going to be where you get higher glucose utilization.
Okay. Is there a lot of glucose or metabolism by the brain on this image?
Right there.
Okay. What about the rest of the image?
This front is diminished, and more so the back part.
So are you saying that this red should be throughout?
This red should be
bleeding, Your Honor.
This red should be all the way around here. The blue is the myelinated fibers. That's white matter, so it's not going to be sugar. But
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm responsive.
What is the blue? The color, the blue colors indicate?
it's the myelinated fibers or the axons.
Okay.
It doesn't use sugar, so it's blue.
Okay. So that's normal. The blue is normal.
Blue is normal.
Deleting, Your Honor.
Okay, overall, go ahead.
Is there something on the very tip there that you noticed?
That thing is a calcification along the falx. I don't think it's pertinent to anything, but theoretically, on one of the images I looked at that you will look at later, there's some red next to it. This tells me that could be a focal seizure.
Okay.
Judge, I'm
Can
going
you-
to object and ask to approach.
Okay. Okay, Doctor, the state just informed me that your testimony that you just gave about a potential is it focal, F-O-C-A-L?
Focal seizure.
Okay, that's brand new.
Well, when I was looking at images last night, I said, what the hell is this red for?
Yeah, well, you can't do that.
Okay.
Okay?
I can take it back.
Yeah, okay, we can't really take it back, but don't do that again. So this was rather last minute, and the state had to depose you Monday, and so you can't discuss any opinions that were not disclosed to the state.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, very good. All right.
It's water.
Yeah, well,
Judge, can we ask for a curative instruction first to have it stricken and also to ask the jury to disregard?
the opinion about the potential of a focal seizure?
Yes, just to disregard the last answer he gave, the last response.
Okay, very good. And then we will get you some water as soon as Deputy Martinez comes back. He knows where the water is.
We have some right here at council's table.
Okay, sure.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, okay, and then you can do the jury.
There's two in the restroom, Judge.
Okay.
Good time on their part.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. You're fine. Okay.
Judge, the jurors asked if the doctor can speak a little louder. They can't hear him in the back.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And so I know when you're standing up, it is difficult because you don't have the microphone there, but just please try and project as much as you can.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Jurors are up.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, and with regards to the last answer from this witness, it's been stricken, and you all are to disregard it. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
All right, let's go to the next slide, okay?
Well, no, we're still going to talk about this.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Just speak up so that we can,
All right.
I'll hear you.
So what this looks like is a concept known as coup contra coup. It's a term in neuropathology where you have the site of impact, but when the head gets hit, the brain suffers the area where it got hit, but as the brain shifts backwards, the back part, the opposite side of the brain hits the skull, and that causes more brain damage. So coup contra coup. So we have this impairment up here, and then this vast greenness back down here, where the contra coup would be. Next slide.
And you, okay, well, we'll talk about it on a different slide. Oops. What about this slide?
It's basically the same thing.
The same thing, which is not a lot of red.
Where you have the green back here, not a lot of, it's a little almost red in here. That's relatively protected in head injury. Where the front part and the back part are all diminished sugar capacity.
And these are slices.
These are all slices of the brain as if we're going through it this way. Axials.
And then what about this slide? And just for the record, these are the CT, the PET scans?
This is the PET scan.
Okay.
This is the most remarkable of the images I had.
Okay, gotta speak up.
This is the most remarkable. Anyhow, this is
The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised.
What is in your life's blueprint?